Chapter 500. All right, since the two of you don't have any objections, then begin. Wu Xian said. All right, since the two of you don't have any objections, then begin. Wu Xian said. Hang on. Xiao Ruyan suddenly interjected. What? This ugly girl want to go back on your words? Rendong said with a grin. The temperature in the hall instantly dropped several degrees. This Rendong really had no idea of death. Xiao Ruyan said with a cold smile. Since it's an alchemy duel, there has to be some stake, right? Rendong could not help being stunned when he heard these words. The smile on his face became even brighter straight away. Ha ha, what kind of stake do you want? Just say it out. Just bet essence crystals, then. 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals. Dare to wager? Xiao Ruyan had a compelling look. Once these words were said, everyone drew in a cold breath. Although Yi Yuan still had some wealth right now to take out 100,000 essence crystals in one go, he really could not do it. 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals. No matter where it was a huge sum of money. After the shock, Rendong calmed down very quickly and looked at Xiao Ruyan with a half-smile as he said, Ha, you this ugly girl talk so big. 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals. Can you take it out? Xiao Ruyan flipped her hand over. A storage ring appeared in her hand. There are 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals in this storage ring. Since this Lord Sovereign is the judge, let him confirm it. As she said, Xiao Ruyan very casually threw the storage ring to Wu Xian. Wu Xian was also slightly astonished when he saw the situation. He inserted his divine sense into the storage ring and counted them. Indeed, there were 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals. This little lady, such a grand display of one's wealth. 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals were not considered much to him as an alchemy sovereign, but to ordinary people, it was absolutely a tremendous amount of wealth. Even for Rendong, as the eldest young master in his family, adding up all of his possessions, it was most likely just this amount too. That's right. It's indeed 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals. Wu Xian nodded slightly and said, hearing the affirmative answer, Rendong could not help looking at Xiao Ruyan in slight amazement. This ugly girl's looks were far from attractive. To think that she was actually so wealthy, people really could not be judged by their looks. But Rendong naturally did not mind this as well. He only treated it as a little girl in a fit of pique. Hee, with money, one can be willful, but one also has to bear the consequences brought about from being willful. Deal. I'll wager with you. Rendong likewise threw Wu Xian a storage ring and said, Master, this storage ring has high-grade, middle-grade, and low-grade essence crystals. The total sum should be 100,000. I have to trouble you to do a check. Wu Xian briefly counted, and he then nodded his head slightly and said, only a few dozen pieces short. Not a big problem. Since both parties have agreed to this wager, then this seat will be the intermediary party. These two storage rings will belong to the final victor. Now we can start the test. Yi Yuan and Rendong entered the medicine warehouse. They chose the medicinal herbs the Dragon Buddha Jade Void Pill required. And then they entered the pill refining rooms respectively to refine the medicinal pill. Seizing this opportunity, Wu Xian pulled Su Zihui to one side and asked softly, What background does this boy have? Are you sure that he isn't here to cause trouble? Su Zihui had a bitter look when he heard that and said, This lowly, one doesn't know either. Young Master Ye's talent in the martial path is unparalleled, but whether he knows how to alchemy or not, I really don't know. As he said this, Su Zihui briefly recounted the matter of inviting Yi Yuan to join the Northern Domain's upper echelons meeting, leaving Wu Xian with shock in his heart. This Yi Yuan was actually even stronger than the 3 sect's head disciples. Truly inconceivable. But his complexion became dark very quickly as he said in a low voice, martial path talent being so heaven-defying, but at his age, how could he have the time to learn alchemy skills too? He's truly messing around. Su Zihui clearly did not feel that Yi Yuan could refine out a high-level quasi-tier 4 medicinal pill either, and said with a forced smile, Master Wu Xian, this lowly one has interacted with young Master Yi for several days, and more or less has some understanding regarding his temperament. A young man's character can be understood. Since young Master Yi has the badge that the Alchemist A.S. Association issued, he presumably isn't utterly clueless about alchemy skills. Since he wants to mess around, just let him run wild. Or else, if he really gets offended and walks away, City Lord, His Excellency, will flay my skin for sure when I go back. Wu Xian said with a long face, this old man, an exalted alchemy sovereign, is actually accompanying 2 juniors to mess around. Seriously preposterous. Su Zihui smiled obsequiously and said, Ho-hoo, at any rate, young Master Rendong's standards are not for show. To think that he can actually refine high-level quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills so soon, at this speed, he'll most likely become our Wufang City's youngest alchemy king expert. After Shi Zihui mentioned Rendong, Wu Xian's expression became a little better as he said with a nod, this boy's talent in alchemy is indeed exceptionally strong. The Ren family finally produced a decent junior again after Hongling that forget it. Today I'll just take it as witnessing Rendong this boy's growth then. Wu Xian pair chatted for a while, and were just about to go to the light screen to watch Rendong's refinement when the door of the pill refining room that Yi Yuan was in suddenly opened. Yi Yuan slowly walked out from inside. When Wu Xian saw the situation, his expression involuntarily darkened as he said, Young man, alchemy skills are not as simple as you imagine. A day's work cannot refine out high-tier medicinal pills. If your strength can't compare to others, you have to accept it with an open mind. A momentary dispute caused by personal feelings will do no good for your growth. Seeing that Yi Yuan actually came out so quickly, Wu Xian already confirmed that this Yi Yuan was making a fool out of him and could not resist lecturing a few sentences with a senior's capacity. Yi Yuan was disinclined to refute as well and just gave an apathetic ORH and retreated to one side. Xiao Rian's eyes lit up, and she asked Yi Yuan in a whisper, Master, what grade? The composed Yumin Li also could not resist moving closer at this time. But Yi Yuan made a mystery out of it, as he said with a smile, leave a bit of suspense. Making it known now won't have any meaning anymore. After 2 hours plus, Rendong finally came out from the pill refining room. It was only to see him drenched in sweat all over, as if he was hurled out from a river. This Dragon Buddha Jade Void pill was still a little too forceful to Rendong. But Rendong's face seemed to be looking very excited. Clearly, the refinement succeeded. Rendong saw Yi Yuan sitting there calm and composedly, looking as if his soul force and essence energy both virtually had no expenditure. Rendong could not help giving a disdainful smile. Hoo-hoo, resigned yourself to your fate, right? Alchemy isn't as easy as you imagine. Quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills are not tier 2 medicinal pills that can be refined as long as one's realm is sufficient, Rendong said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan just smiled and was not in the mood to argue with him. Before long, the employees submitted the medicinal pills refined by the two. Wu Xian already had no interest to look at the medicinal pill Yi Yuan refined at this time. He directly unveiled the vessel used to place Rendong's medicinal pill, his face revealing a satisfied look. Not bad, not bad. actually able to refine a middle-grade Dragon Buddha Jade Void pill already. Looks like you didn't slack off in the slightest recently. Wu Xian said in satisfaction. Master Wu Xian is too kind. Little nephew is somebody who has the resolve to salt the realm of peak alchemy's sovereign. How can I dare have the slightest hint of remiss? Ren Dong was pleased with himself in his heart, but spoke humbly on the surface. Wu Xian nodded his head and unveiled Yi Yuan's medicinal pill carelessly. His expression involuntarily changed drastically. This Dragon Buddha Jade Void pill. Hiss. Young man, do you have a master? Wu Xian asked. Chapter 5. Everyone was stupefied by this question from Wu Xian. What was going on? Everyone was stupefied by this question from Wu Xian. What was going on? Wu Xian was not talking about the medicinal pill's quality, but he asked about Yi Yuan's master first, but everyone understood it very quickly. Wu Xian was trying to take Yi Yuan in as a disciple here. Understanding this subtle question, Ren Dong's face was already black like a pot's bottom. He still clearly remembered that he just happened to be MP into the sight of Yi Yuan saying that alchemy kings and alchemy sovereigns would be fighting to take him in as a disciple. Wasn't this scene, right now, exactly verifying Yi Yuan's words back then? But the problem was that Yi Yuan did not even expend much essence energy and soul force. How could he possibly refine out a high-quality Dragon Buddha Jade Void pill? Master Wu Xian, the medicinal pill that he refined. Ren Dong clenched his teeth and asked. Only when Wu Xian looked at Ren Dong did he realize his loss of composure. But very soon, he took pity on Ren Dong. Ren Dong's talent absolutely bore no complaints. But compared to this Yi Yuan, it was simply a world of difference. Said the medicinal pill to Ren Dong, and said with a sigh, You take a look yourself. Ren Dong received the medicinal pill in puzzlement and swept over the medicinal pill with soul force. His expression became even uglier. Transcendent grade. It was absolutely transcendent grade. A transcendent grade Dragon Buddha Jade Void pill. How was this possible? Yet, the reality was right before his eyes, and not up to Ren Dong to believe or not. Everything in the pill refining room could be projected on the light screen and be recorded down. Yi Yuan's refinement completely could not be faked. Could it be that this boy's alchemy standards actually already reached such a monstrous degree? As an alchemist, Ren Dong was all too clear about the disparity between middle grade and transcendent grade, comparing using a firefly. And the bright moon was not overboard at all. Master is master. Indeed amazing. How is it, great young masterin? Convinced now? Xiao Ruyan clearly identified the transcendent grade medicinal pill too, and she could not help striking down Ren Dong with a proud look. Yet, Ren Dong completely did not hear Xiao Ruyan's words. He was currently still battered out of his senses at present. The eyes of Yu, moanly behind, Yi Yuan glimmered at this time, staring hard at Yi Yuan's back view. It was also uncertain what she was thinking about. You're called Yi Yuan, right? I wonder if you're willing to enter this old man's tutelage. This old man will exhaust everything I have to aid you to reach the divine realm. Wu Xian also said somewhat agitatedly. Yi Yuan sighed slightly. As expected, it still went back to this topic. Is the test considered PAS? Said now. Yi Yuan's reply avoided the question. Of course. Of course, it's PAS, said. Wu Xian was dazed for a bit and replied, Then, give what it? Wu Xian discovered that he completely could not follow Yi Yuan's thoughts. The badge. I came to take the test for high-rank quasi-alchemy king. Now that I've PAS, said the test, shouldn't you give me the badge? Oh, those 2 storage rings as well. Yi Yuan said crossly. In Yi Yuan's eyes, he totally did not have any awe towards an alchemy sovereign. Only then did Wu Xian come to a realization. He hurriedly instructed, "Come, men, make haste to produce Yi Yuan's badge. These 2 storage rings are yours." Yi Yuan, I wonder if… Master Wu Xian, actually, I have a master. If it's acknowledging a master, I think forget about it. Yi Yuan received the storage rings and interrupted Wu Xian's words rudely. Having a master doesn't matter as well. Wufang City is the alchemy holy land, and Lord Chairman is even a peak alchemy sovereign powerhouse. If this old man isn't qualified enough, I believe he has the qualifications. With Lord Chairman coming forward, I believe that your master won't say much either. With your talent, with the Alchemist A.S. Association's fostering, ascending to the divine realm in the future is practically a shoo-in. Wu Xian was clearly unwilling to give up and still wanted to convince Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan felt his head swell up, and he waved his hands and said, "Master, his elder self treats me very well. I don't have plans to change factions. Lord Wu Xian, I still have important matters on hand, so I won't stay any longer. Brother Zihui, after the badge finishes manufacturing, I'll have to trouble you to send somebody to collect it and send it to my residence." Finished talking, Yi Yuan left without even turning his head back. In a tranquil courtyard inside City Lord Manor, an old man with a fierce glare was currently drinking tea in the pavilion. This old man was precisely the person with the highest authority in Wufang City, City Lord Ren Xingchuan. Opposite Ren Xingchuan sat a middle-aged man. Between the latter's forehead had some likeness with Ren Xingchuan. Yujia, these few days Wufang City will have a meeting of wind and clouds. You have to be more wary, especially those few old fellows from the 3 sects. They have to be entertained upon carefully. Best to not have any trouble occur, Ren Xingchuan said. Father, rest A.S. assured. I've already prepared everything. This time, the state of affairs is extraordinary. Those few most likely won't intentionally stir up trouble too, Ren Yujia said. Ren Xingchuan nodded and said, I really didn't expect that my endless world would actually suffer such an undeserved calamity. If those few old fellows still don't cease at this time, they will be the endless world's sinners. Other than their 3 schools, have the others all arrived? There are still several people not yet here, but we've already received the news that they are already on the way. It's also a matter of these 2 days, Ren Yujia said. Then that's good. Oh, right, that boy called Yi Yuan will be of vital importance to this meeting. What kind of strategy we take against the fierce Gale world will all fall onto his brain. I made Suzy Hue go and invite him. I wonder if he's here yet or not. Already here. I've already arranged for him to be at Funya Pavilion. Speaking of this boy, he's really impressive too, Ren Yujia said, with glistening eyes. Oh, impressive in what way? Yesterday, Yi Yuan just entered the city. No idea how he be, you pet onto Dong-er. The 2 of them actually carried out a pill-fighting match. With this, Ren Xingchuan's interest was aroused as he asked curiously, Oh, there is still this incident. I heard that this boy's martial path is exceedingly formidable, even detaining Qin Hongtao's grandson. Could it be that he also has exceptionally high attainments in the alchemy path? What's the result of the 2 of their face-off? Ren Yujia snickered and said, Why don't Father make a guess? Hiss. Hearing your tone, could it be that Dong-er lost? Dong-er's talent is not at all inferior to Hongling's. It can't be to the extent where he lost to a boy from the countryside, right? Ren Yujia nodded his head. His eyes were clearly still carrying disbelief. How is it just lost? It was simply an utter defeat. When I heard this news, I suspected that I heard wrongly myself too. For this, I even specially sent people to the Alchemist A.S. Association to inquire about it from Lord Wu Xian, only to hear that this is true. Ren Xingchuan briefly recounted the matter of Yi Yuan and Run Dong battling on refining pills. Ren Xingchuan drew a cold breath when he heard the story. Transcendent grade, medicinal pill. Even if this boy started cultivating in his mother's womb, it's also not possible to be monstrous to such a degree, right? Ren Xingchuan said in disbelief. That I don't know, but this youngster called Yi Yuan, his background is indeed filled with mysteries, Ren Yujia said. Ren Xingchuan nodded and said, This matter, I got it. You go and console Donger properly. He has been arrogant at heart and haughty in manner since young. He has never suffered such a setback before. If he make use of this setback properly, it will be a facilitation for him instead. Hongling is already thoroughly crippled. Our Ren family's future hope is all on Donger. We must make sure that nothing goes wrong. Hearing that, Ren Yujia's expression dimmed, wanting to speak. But he said nothing. Chapter 5. Oh, 2. Whatever you want to say, just say it. Don't act like I'm a target for venting. Ren Xingchuan said, unhappily. Whatever you want to say, just say it. Don't act like I'm a target for venting. Ren Xingchuan said, unhappily. Ren Yujia heaved a sigh and said, So many years have said already, the wood has become a boat. Father, you still can't let it go of it in your heart. You doing this, younger sister will hate you for the rest of your life. Boom. Ren Xingchuan slapped a palm down. The stone table in the pavilion immediately turned into a pile of powder. Hongling was originally the successor of my mantle with outstanding talent, but she was abducted by that stinking brat. Now, Hongling became a cripple because of that stinking brat. How do you want me to not be angry? Ren Xingchuan suddenly seemed to have become another person, stern in voice and countenance. Father, it has already been so many years since the incident. Our Ren family has Donger too. Brother-in-law brought younger sister back to apologize for their mistake. Isn't it good enough for our family to reunite together? Why must it be a life and death struggle? Ren Yujia said carefully. Although Ren Yujia already reached middle age, he still did not dare to talk loudly in front of Ren Xingchuan. Ren Xingchuan flicked his sleeves and said with a cold grunt, It will be hard to vent the hatred in my heart for so many years without killing that stinking brat. Don't mention this matter again. After the meet this time, SES, immediately carry out the death sentence on that punk. Ren Yujia shook his head and sighed again, then turned around and left the courtyard. Yi Yuan, the four of them stayed at Feng Ye Pavilion. The next day, Sky Maple was too impatient to wait and left the house on his own to look around Wufang City. Of course, a part of the reason for him doing so was because he did not wish to hinder Yi Yuan and the two beauties' privacy. Him, an old man, always hanging around young people, it seriously could not quite be justified. Master, let's go out to take a look too. Although this Wufang City isn't as big as our central capital, in terms of bustling degree, it's only greater and not lesser. Furthermore, I heard that just the alchemy sovereign experts here are close to as many as 10. This level of strength truly makes our fierce-scale world look up to it. Ever since Xiao Ruyan broke away from her family's fetters, her entire person became much more cheerful. This happy look suited her age more. But Yi Yuan did not have any interest in Wufang City. However, Xiao Ruyan, his eldest disciple, was in such a mood to enjoy things. It was not nice of him to brush off Xiao Ruyan's intention either. As for Yu Mengli, she had an indifferent look. As long as it was accompanying by Yi Yuan's side, it would do. The trio were just about to leave, when Su Zihui just happened to stop them. "Young Master Yi, this is your high-rank quasi-alchemy king badge. I sent people early in the morning to help you retrieve it." Su Zihui already used honorifics when speaking. This trip here, he was already prostrating on all fours in admiration before Yi Yuan. At a young age, not only could he cross a major realm to battle in terms of the martial path, he could even refine a high-level transcendent grade quasi-tier 4 medicinal pill. Such monstrous talent. Just thinking about it made people despair. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and received the badge. The 3.5 stars on it twinkled, because Quasi-Alchemy King was similarly a special realm, being in between Alchemy King and Alchemy Grandmaster. The Alchemist S Association's badge had 3.5 stars on it. Yi Yuan casually threw the badge into the storage ring and did not have the intention of adorning it. When Su Zihui saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Alchemists being so casual with their badges. It was most likely just this guy, right? In other people's view, after getting this badge, they would absolutely be like obtaining a supreme treasure, carefully pinning it on their chest and finding it hard to take it down again. But this lord actually spurned it. Yi Yuan kept the badge, but then he fished out a medicinal pill and threw it to Su Zihui. He said to him, "These few days, I've troubled brother Zihui. Younger brother is unable to refine tier 4 medicinal pills right now, so I can only use this medicinal pill to express my thanks. If brother Zihui has any son or nephew descendant, it can come in handy." These few days, Su Zihui fussed around, as if Yi Yuan was his master, serving him very meticulously. Although he came here because he received Wu Fang City Lord's orders, Yi Yuan appreciated it too. Moreover, Yi Yuan gifting the pill was naturally because he still had a request. Su Zihui received the pill and took a look, and he could not help drawing a cold breath. Transcendent grade, medicinal pill again. "Young Master Yi, this medicinal pill." Su Zihui completely did not recognize this medicinal pill at all. Yi Yuan smiled and explained, "This is a sea-gathering pill. It can allow someone to advance one minor realm in the sea transformation realm unconditionally. If brother Zihui has any sea transformation realm son or nephew, why not let him give it a try? This medicinal pill is too valuable. I can't take it." Hearing Yi Yuan's explanation, Su Zihui immediately realized just how precious this medicinal pill was, and hurriedly said the medicinal pill back. But Yi Yuan did not take it, and said with a smile, "Brother Zihui, keep it. I still have a matter to request brother Zihui." Su Zihui struggled briefly, but still could not resist keeping the medicinal pill. His son just broke through to the sea transformation realm. This medicinal pill came perfectly in time for him to use. Su Zihui naturally could not bear to part with it, and return it to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's medicinal pill was given with perfect timing. "Then Zihui thanks young Master Yi very much. My son just broke through to the sea transformation realm, and could just happen to use this sea gathering pill. If young Master Yi has any request, just say it. Zihui is incapable, but I can still say a few words in this Wufang city." Su Zihui was already shedding tears of grat. One toed right now towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Ha, then I'll thank brother Zihui first. Actually, I wish to ask brother Zihui to help me find 2 people." "Who?" "These 2 people are a husband and wife pair. One is called Yi Hang. The other is called Ren Hongling." Ever since Yi Hang and Ren Hongling left after leaving behind the letter, although Yi Yuan did not show it, he kept it in his heart all along. Now that the tranquil cloud sect moved north, Yi Yuan naturally had to inquire about his parents' news. Wufang City's sphere of influence in the northern domain was Ma's civ. Requesting Su Zihui to inquire about his parents' news was perfect. When Su Zihui heard Run Hongling these 3 words, his expression could not help changing. But Yi Yuan took in Su Zihui's expression into his sight and could not help but be surprised. He asked, "Is it possible that Brother Zihui knows these 2? Su Zihui lowered his voice and said, "It's really a coincidence. City Lord, His Excellency, has a daughter. Her name is called Ren Hongling, too." Yi Yuan's mind flashed like lightning when he heard that. His parents had never talked about their backgrounds. Was it possible that mother actually still had such a startling background? Thinking of this, Yi Yuan was even more overjoyed and hurriedly asked, "Then where is that city lord's daughter now?" Su Zihui sighed and said, "City lord's daughter came to a premature end long ago already. It's too bad for an alchemy genius." "Oh, why is this so?" Yi Yuan could not help becoming curious. Back that City Lord's daughter had peerless talent. At the age of 18, she was already a high-rank alchemy grandmaster, greatly sing those of the same age. But sadly, the heaven is envious of the gifted. That Ren Hongling actually got inflicted with a terminal disease and left this world. City Lord, His Excellency, was even heartbroken over this for a long time. Listening up to here, Yi Yuan already basically confirmed that this Ren Hongling was not the other Ren Hongling. Because his mother did not have any trace of essence energy undulation in her body and was only a normal person, she naturally could not possibly be the City Lord's daughter in Su Zihui's story. Chapter 503. Then it's really quite a pity, Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. Then it's really quite a pity, Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. Xiao Ruyan was a high-rank alchemy grandmaster at 20 years old and was already a peak existence in the fierce Gale world. An 18-years-old high-rank alchemy grandmaster was absolutely a peak existence in the endless world. Such monstrous talent, but said away young, it was indeed quite pitiful. Yeah, but the heaven does not cut off all paths. City Lord, His Excellency, later got another grandson that is Rundong. His talent is similarly a top existence when looking at the junior generation, Su Zihui said. Yi Yuan nodded his head. Regarding Rundong's talent, Yi Yuan did not have any disagreement. To the lower realms, Rundong's talent was already rather decent. Yi Yuan described Yi Hang's and Ren Hongling's looks and characteristics to Su Zihui in detail, and he instructed, "These 2 people's news will be entrusted to Brother Zihui. If your son needs any medicinal pills, Brother Zihui doesn't need to be courteous. Just come and find me will do." Su Zihui was overjoyed when he heard it, and hurriedly said, "I'll thank young Master Yi on behalf of my son first. Martial artist cultivation could not do without medicinal pills. With Su Zihui's strength and status, he naturally did not lack medicinal pills. But just looking from Yi Yuan casually taking out the sea-gathering pill, his alchemy path strength absolutely could not be compared to ordinary high-rank quasi-alchemy kings. Su Zihui was 9th-level Soul Sea realm strength and had mingled in Wufang City for so many years. His horizons were absolutely exceedingly high, but he had never heard before a kind of medicinal pill which could unconditionally raise the level of sea transformation realm by a minor realm. This Yi Yuan's background was absolutely not ordinary, building up a good relations. HI+P with a future peerless powerhouse like this was absolutely worth it. Seeing off Su Zihui, Yi Yuan was just about to bring Yu Mingli and Xiao Ruyan out, but then he saw somebody was pacing around outside Fengya Pavilion's gates with a conflicted look. Looking closely, who could it be but Rendong? Great young Master Ren. It's not that you can't take a loss and want to take back the essence crystals, right? Xiao Ruyan said derisively. It was uncertain what Rendong was thinking about earlier, and completely did not see Yi Yuan trio come out. Hearing Xiao Ruyan's words at this time, he involuntarily lifted his head and looked over. With this look, Rendong could not help drawing in a deep breath. This woman before his eyes was seriously, absurdly beautiful. That exquisite face took Rendong's breath away. Taking a look at Yi Yuan's side again, Yu Mingli's beauty was actually a level above Xiao Ruyan's. Rendong's mind could not help short-circuiting. This miss you are? You're not. That ugly girl yesterday, right? Hey, you try saying that one more time. Xiao Ruyan's expression instantly became cold. Only then did Rendong come around to his senses, and hurriedly waved his hands, saying, no, miss, I don't mean that. I was saying. Rendong thought for a long time, and could not figure out how he should organize his words. Those two ugly girls yesterday actually became celestial deity-like girls today, with a sway of their bodies. These two beauties before his eyes were simply even more gorgeous than all the women he had seen before added up. He was still criticizing Yi Yuan's taste yesterday. He only discovered now that he was the real blind man. Such remarkable beauties, being able to get one was already incredible fortune. Yi Yuan actually embraced one left and one right, enjoying the bliss of dual company to the max. Was this wanting to make every man in the world feel ashamed of their unworthiness? No wonder these two beauties changed their looks to that appearance yesterday. Turns out that they were afraid of trouble. Rendong did not know that his words yesterday thoroughly stimulated Yu Mengli and Xiao Ruyan. Going out today, the two of them refused to disguise themselves no matter what. Xiao Ruyan even took care of her looks today meticulously, appearing ephemerally beautiful. Such beauty was not what the mortal realm should possess. The other girl, Yu Mengli, was a born beauty. She just recovered to her original appearance, and that already made the entire city's women fade in color. Yi Yuan felt an endless headache, too. Ignoring Xiao Ruyan, Yu Mengli's original disposition was very quiet and elegant, and never cared about other people's view. No idea what wrong medicine she took today to actually mess around together with Xiao Ruyan. Actually, even Yu Mengli herself probably did not understand either why she would care about her image so much. Say what? You dare to say that you didn't say it just now? Xiao Ruyan pressed on the point to death. Rendong's forehead was covered in sweat. In front of Xiao Ruyan, he actually did not have that imposing manner yesterday. Sorry. It was me who have eyes but failed to see. To actually treat a mortal realm's absolute beauty like Miss as a commonplace girl. Truly a sin. Such a sin. Enough. Look at how your eyes are glued. Knew that you aren't anything good. Must be an exceptionally lecherous person. Yi Yuan really could not carry on watching by the side, and he could only speak up. All right, Ruyan, yesterday you guys altered your looks to that extent. Young Master Ren's misunderstanding is normal too. You don't keep harping on the matter. Xiao Ruyan pursed her mouth and actually did not dispute, retreating behind Yi Yuan unwillingly. Rendong was even more stupefied when he saw the situation. This woman looked to be so fierce and unreasonable, but she actually did not dare to say a word back to Yi Yuan. This Yi Yuan's methods to control women was truly remarkable. Young Master Ren, you aren't really finding me to ask for essence crystals, right? Yi Yuan looked at Rendong and said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Rendong hastily shook his hands and said, No, the essence crystals is just a small matter. Can we go in for a talk? Rendong looked around for a bit, his expression somewhat embarrassed. As said, Yi Yuan smiled faintly and knew that he was afraid of him losing face being seen by people, and he nodded his head. Coming to the inner hall and sitting down, Yi Yuan could not help being very helpless too. Looks like wanting to go out to take a stroll around wasn't very likely. What you have to say, you can say it now, right? Yi Yuan said, "That, is it possible to teach me how to refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills?" Run Dong rubbed his hands, appearing very embarrassed. As said, evidently, these words took immense courage to come out of his mouth. But Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard these words. He could tell that Ren Dong was the kind of person who viewed himself very highly and was extremely haughty. To think that he would actually say something like that. "Young Master Ren, according to what I know, your grandfather is a peak alchemy sovereign powerhouse. Alchemy, this sort of thing, seems like you shouldn't be coming over to ask me, right?" Yi Yuan said curiously, but Rendong shook his head when he heard that and said, "Even though my grandfather is a peak alchemy sovereign, he has no way of refining transcendent-grade medicinal pills when he was at your level. The way I see it, you should have some special skill that can refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills, right?" Hearing that, Yi Yuan's expression could not help becoming strange, and he said with a cold smile, "Even if I have ways to refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills, why should I teach you? The process of us becoming acquainted didn't seem to be very merry, right?" Ren Dong's expression was rather ugly. Him suddenly dropping in to find Yi Yuan to teach him alchemy was indeed very brusque, but he thought about it for an entire day after he went back yesterday and did not sleep the entire night. He was extremely curious about Yi Yuan's pill refining techniques. Today, not knowing why, he actually came to Fengya Pavilion at the behest of supernatural powers. Ren Dong looked at Yi Yuan and stood up abruptly, but this action gave Xiao Ruyan a fright. She hastily blocked in front of Yi Yuan like a tigress protecting its cubs, and she said fiercely, "What do you want to do to master?" Ren Dong did not bother with Xiao Ruyan, and suddenly he kneeled down with a thud. Chapter 5. Oh, for this action of Ren Dong threw Yi Yuan Trio into a confusion. This action of Ren Dong threw Yi Yuan Trio into a confusion. "What are you doing?" Yi Yuan asked in surprise. "I'm willing to acknowledge you as master. Please teach me how to refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills." Ren Dong said with a stubborn look. This action from Ren Dong made Yi Yuan view him in a different light. He did not look down on Ren Dong because of this. Rather, he felt that only such a person was worthy of bearing the word alchemist. Yi Yuan could feel Ren Dong's intense thirst for knowledge. That sort of extreme desire, Yi Yuan himself had it before too. Alchemist was an occupation held in great esteem. Many people lost their original goals during the process of growing stronger, indulging in the opulence of the secular world and being unable to extricate themselves. Those kinds of people, even if overflowing with talent, their accomplishments would be extremely limited too. What if yesterday I happened to refine a transcendent-grade medicinal pill by chance? Yi Yuan said. Of course, Yi Yuan would not take him in as a disciple so easily. Yi Yuan had always prioritized quality over quant. One, Taiwan taking in disciples. Even if he did not take any disciples in his previous life, his followers were all carefully selected through a strict process. Regardless whether it was talent or conduct, Xiao Ruyan was a top choice. That was why Yi Yuan agreed. The first impression that this Ren Dong gave Yi Yuan was not good. Yi Yuan obviously would not relent so easy. Early this morning, I went to the Alchemist Association and examined your refining process yesterday. It's simply a magnificent work of art. Although we're both quasi-alchemy kings, your alchemy skills flung me more than several streets behind. Ren Dong said. The refining process that the Alchemist Association recorded Normal people naturally could not view it, but Rundong sighed. 1. Tai was extraordinary. Wanting to check it was not hard. Master, who knows what intentions this fellow has? You mustn't fall for his trick. Xiao Ruyan slandered him by the side. You're really his disciple? Rindong suddenly asked. Otherwise, what do you think? I'm Master's eldest disciple. Xiao Ruyan said with a proud look. Xiao Ruyan was increasingly convinced by Yi Yuan when following him to refine pills now. This period of time, although Xiao Ruyan did not break through realms, her alchemy skills level had a qualitative leap, and her foundation was much STU are dear compared to before. Hence, she admitted to being Yi Yuan's disciple now, was without any pressure at all. In fact, she felt very proud. This master, she acknowledged correctly. Rindong mused for a moment and suddenly did a loud kowtow towards Yi Yuan and said, Master Yi Yuan, please take me in as a disciple no matter what. Rindong perceived some things from Xiao Ruyan's expression and strengthened his resolve to acknowledge Yi Yuan as his master even more. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, I don't have any method that can refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills. So, you don't need to acknowledge me as master. Rundong became anxious when he heard that and hurriedly said, Is master still blaming me for yesterday's incident? Me apologizing to you for my offense still won't do? Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, You're thinking too much. I really don't have any technique to refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills. No alchemist has such a technique. But I saw Master's alchemy skills. Too amazing. There were many areas where I couldn't understand at all. Rindong said. Yi Yuan looked at Rindong and suddenly asked, There's already a peak alchemy sovereign powerhouse at your home. Why do you go so far as to barter the trunk for the branches, and you come to acknowledge me as your master? Rindong suddenly heaved a sigh and said, Although I haven't learned grandfather's alchemy skills fully, I've already gotten 50% to 60% of the essence. What's left is just the polis. I plus ing of time, as well as the ACCU, mulation of experience. Following the prescribed order like this, I believe that I can also cultivate to peak alchemy sovereign one day. Rundong paused a bit, and he suddenly became somewhat agitated. But I know that grandfather's alchemy skills are already at his limits and is incapable of ascending to the divine realm. If I walk along his old path, it's simply impossible to surpass him. All the way until I saw the image of you refining pills, then only did I know how great the gap between us was. Yi Yuan nodded slightly. This boy's ambition wasn't small. But if one could not even achieve ascending to the divine realm, where lies the talk of walking to the extremes of the alchemy path? Yi Yuan took a look at the Rundong with a face full of antic, Asian, and suddenly said with a smile, Do you really want to acknowledge me as master? Rundong was overjoyed when he heard this. Master is willing to take me in? Hoo-hoo, you want to enter my tutelage. It's not prohibited to. However, you have to pass my test. No matter what kind of test it is, Rundong will definitely accomplish it. Rindong was still fully confident in himself. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Didn't you want to know why I can refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills? Rindong nodded his head fiercely, but showed a difficult expression. If Yi Yuan's test was to refine a transcendent-grade medicinal pill, he could not accomplish that. Don't need to worry. I'm not making you refine a quasi-tier 4 transcendent-grade medicinal pill. Lesser phaseless art, you should know, right? Yi Yuan asked. Rindong was dazed. Lesser phaseless art was the most basic refining technique. Even for a puny little alchemy apprentice, it was impossible to not know either. Run Dong was a high-rank quasi-alchemy king. How could he possibly not know the lesser phaseless art? Yi Yuan smiled and suddenly took out a stalk of Tier 1 herbal GRA. S, his fingers moving like phantoms. At this movement, Run Dong's expression could not help changing dramatically, refining pills barehandedly. This is lesser phaseless art. No, wait. His fingers' technique and seals are indeed the lesser phaseless art, without mistake. But why can it be performed to such a level? Run Dong muttered under his breath. It was only to see that the medicinal herb bounced up and down nonstop in Yi Yuan's hand, as if it was alive. And the one who gave it life was precisely Yi Yuan. After 20 breaths, a tiny medicinal pellet appeared in Yi Yuan's hand. T-transcendent grade, using the lesser phaseless art to refine a transcendent grade medicinal pill barehandedly, even though it's only a Tier 1 medicinal pill. But how is this possible? Run Dong was in a complete mess, speaking incoherently, but the astoundment in his heart was written on his face currently. As everyone knew, alchemists all needed to borrow medicinal cauldrons and flames to refine pills. Refining pills barehandedly were completely forsaking these two, directing with essence energy and barehandedly refining finished product medicinal pill. The degree of difficulty of doing this was hard to imagine for ordinary people. Don't simply look at how Run Dong was a quasi-alchemy king. To make him refine a Tier 1 medicinal pill barehandedly, he simply could not do it. I don't need you to refine pills barehandedly. You just have to use the lesser phaseless art to refine out a Tier 1 transcendent grade medicinal pill, and I'll take you in as a disciple. Yi Yuan's voice shocked Run Dong awake abruptly. Only now did he recover to his sense. Surprised, he said, using the lesser phaseless art to refine a Tier 1 transcendent grade medicinal pill? How is that possible? The moment he said that, Run Dong wanted to smack his own mouth. Didn't Yi Yuan just refine out a transcendent grade medicinal pill just now? How was it impossible? Furthermore, Yi Yuan even used barehanded alchemy technique to refine it, although it was a Tier 1 medicinal pill. The degree of difficulty in it, Run Dong felt despair just thinking about it. Whether it's possible or not, that's your business. This is my initiation test. If you can't do it, don't mention this matter again. Yi Yuan said coolly. With Run Dong's standards going to refine a Tier 1 medicinal pill, he naturally could refine out a transcendent grade medicinal pill. But to let him use the lesser phaseless art to refine a Tier 1 medicinal pill, it was impossible to refine no matter what. The lesser phaseless art was the most basic refining technique, being extremely simple. There had never been anybody who could use such a simple technique to refine transcendent grade medicinal pills. This test was too hard. Run Dong's expression flickered, and he finally gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll definitely do it." Chapter 5:05 Run Dong immediately went back to practice the lesser phaseless art after leaving Fengye Pavilion. Run Dong immediately went back to practice the lesser phaseless art after leaving Fengye Pavilion. Only after witnessing Yi Yuan's methods did Run Dong suddenly become aware that he seemed to have found a different sky. He, a high-rank quasi-alchemy king, was too undeserving. This strengthened his resolve to acknowledge Yi Yuan as his master even more. But with this disturbance, the mood of Yi Yuan and the two girls going out to sightsee dulled as well. Yet, right at this time, Su Zihui came back after leaving not long ago. His expression was very ugly. Young Master Yi, not good. Elder Sky Maple he got detained by exquisite Jade Pavilion. Su Zihui said somewhat anxiously. Yi Yuan knitted his brows when he heard that and asked, "What happened?" Su Zihui hurriedly explained. Elder Sky Maple challenged the exquisite Jade Pavilion's 1,000-query wall. The result was that he failed. Elder Sky Maple was unresigned and disputed a couple of words with them, and he got detained by Exquisite Jade Pavilion. I went to Exquisite Jade Pavilion after being informed of the news to ask for him. Also don't know what wrong medicine they ate to actually not give me face, and held Elder Sky Maple in custody, refusing to release him no matter what. In this Wufang city, there are actually still things that your city lord manor can't settle. Yi Yuan said, curiously, this was Yi Yuan's first time here. His head was covered in a fog about Wufang City's forces distribution. In his view, although Su Zihui was not a divine traversing realm powerhouse, a 9th-level Soul Sea realm expert absolutely could be considered a famed and prestigious character in Wufang City. Furthermore, Su Zihui was even the City Lord Manor's first CLA. S patrolling inspector. There were actually people who dared to not give him face. Su Zihui forced a smile and said, young Master Yi is unaware. Although City Lord His Excellency is one of Wufang City's strongest alchemists, Wufang City's forces are intricate and complex. Some families, their forces are only slightly inferior compared to City Lord Manor, and can fully not give me any face. Su Zihui briefly introduced the exquisite Jade Pavilion situation. Yi Yuan became absorbed in his thoughts. This exquisite Jade Pavilion was a force belonging to Wufang City's Chao family. This Chao family's strength was exceedingly powerful too. The old patriarch in their family was middle-rank alchemy, sovereign strength. While it was not as strong as City Lord Manor, it was also an extremely powerful faction in this Wufang City. If the City Lord or other divine traversing realm experts in the City Lord Manor came forward, exquisite Jade Pavilion would of course sell them the face. But Su Zihui didn't. One, Tai was a little inferior, except that it was kind of weird thinking about it. Even though Su Zihui was not considered the City Lord Manor's upper echelon, if it were just causing some small dispute, the exquisite Jade Pavilion would not go so far as to be so domineering. In between this, there should have some other reason. How about I go to City Lord His Excellency to report it and request his elderly self to come forward? Su Zihui asked probingly, but Yi Yuan did not speak and was pondering about something. Only after some time did Yi Yuan look at Su Zihui and ask, what relations, I plus P, does the Heavenly Evil Sect and Chao family have? With Yi Yuan saying this, Su Zihui was dazed, and then immediately revealed a look of sudden realization. Sigh, look at this pig brain of mine. The Heavenly Evil Sect precisely belongs to the Chao family's sphere of influence. The Chao family's third young master, Chao Feng, has close ties with the Heavenly Evil Sect's Mao Yuanji. Oh, Chao Feng is the person with the greatest alchemy strength in the Chao family's junior generation. He is just slightly inferior compared to young Master Rendong. He is also already middle-rank quasi-alchemy king, right now, Su Zihui said. Su Zihui's gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with admiration. He himself had yet to even think of this aspect, and Yi Yuan, an outsider, actually guessed to such an extent already. Yi Yuan nodded after listening and said, what is this 1,000-query wall? This 1,000-query wall is one of the Chao family's main attraction. Countless alchemists come to Wufang City, and many of them come for this 1,000-query wall. Su Zihui explained. Turns out that in the history of Wufang City, the Chao family had been glorious before too, even producing many generations of city lords. Among them, one of the city lords set up a 1,000-query wall right in this Wufang City. The specific era was already unverifiable. The so-called 1,000-query wall was where alchemists placed their own queries on this wall, offering a reward for other alchemists to come and answer. Through so many years, ACCU, Mulation, The questions on the 1,000-query wall were already more than 1,000 long ago. The questions on the 1,000-query wall, as long as it was answered, it would be removed from the wall. But the queries raised by alchemists were far more than the queries resolved. With the ACCU mulation of months and days, the questions on this 1,000-query wall was already rather sizable. Furthermore, through the countless years of filtering, the difficulty of the questions on the 1,000-query wall also became increasingly greater. Many of the problems, even peak alchemy sovereign powerhouses, could not answer them either. Challenging the 1,000-query wall, one first had to pay a certain amount of essence crystals. These essence crystals would belong to the exquisite Jade Pavilion, which was owned by the Chow family. If answered correctly, the alchemist would be able to take away the reward. If unable to answer, they could naturally only return empty-handed. Even the essence crystals from before were gone too. With so many years, the Chow family relied on this 1,000-query wall to earn countless riches. But even so, there were still countless alchemists advancing wave after wave to come to the exquisite Jade Pavilion to challenge the 1,000-query wall. One could say that the reason why this Wufang city could become the endless world's alchemy holy land, this 1,000-query wall's contributions could not be foregone. Hearing Su Zihue's explanation, even Yi Yuan had no choice but to gasp in admiration at that generation's city lord's outstanding wisdom and resourcefulness as well. Such exchanges absolutely had tremendous advantages towards the heightening of alchemy skills. This 1,000-query wall could be said to be an immensely valuable set left behind by that generation's city lord. Through so many years, many people who raised the query were no longer around anymore. Those questions naturally become ownerless objects. And these questions, each one of it being answered, had tremendously important meaning in promoting the development of alchemy skills. And the Chow family guarding such a treasure mountain could actually decline. It could be seen that this Chow family was really rotten mud that could not even stick to a wall. Want to challenge 1,000-query wall? One must leave their background on the contract. The contract won't be publicized, but the Chow family's people most likely have ways to see it. If this matter is really Chow Fong playing tricks behind, it's rather troublesome, Su Zihue said worriedly. Looks like that Chow third young master dug a pit for Grand Elder to jump into. Really thinking my tranquil cloud sect is easy to bully? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. When Su Zihue heard Yi Yuan's tone, he knew that things were not good. The upper echelon meeting had yet to begin. Once Yi Yuan had a conflict with the Chow family, it would probably incur many unnecessary problems. Young Master Yi, how about? I still report this matter to City Lord, His Excellency? I think that in consideration of City Lord, His Excellency's prestige, Chow Fong wouldn't dare to not give you any face, Su Zihue urged. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, City Lord, His Excellency, has to attend to a myriad of state affairs every day. This kind of minor thing, there's no need to trouble his elderly self. This matter, I'll settle it myself. Brother Zihue, bring me to exquisite Jade Pavilion right now. I want to experience just how incredible this 1,000-query wall is. As he said, Yi Yuan's figure moved, directly leaving Fengya Pavilion. Su Zihue could not stop in time and could only bemoan and follow after Yi Yuan. Chapter 5:06. I wonder what is this sir needs? Medicinal pills, weaponry, martial techniques, cultivation methods. Our exquisite Jade Pavilion has everything that one desires. I wonder what is this sir needs? Medicinal pills, weaponry, martial techniques, cultivation methods. Our exquisite Jade Pavilion has everything that one desires. Yi Yuan walked into exquisite Jade Pavilion slowly. It was really befitting of its name. There was a dazzling array of beautiful exhibits here. It could really be said to have everything that one desires. many things that could not be seen in the outside world. This place basically had it all. It was just that their prices were too outrageous. Yi Yuan toured for a bit after entering the door, and a very beautiful female came up to greet him. Within the words actually carried a slight bewitching ring. Yi Yuan virtually confirmed right away that this woman definitely cultivated bewitching arts before. Furthermore, her attainments were not low. Ordinary people who enter would probably suck. You MB to it unknowingly and willingly buy some things to go. Yi Yuan's divine soul was incomparably tempered. How could ordinary bewitching skills enter his all-discerning eyes? I heard that inside this exquisite jade pavilion, the most incredible thing is the 1,000-query wall. It's my first visit to Wufang City, but I came because of its fame too, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. When the girls saw that Yi Yuan's eyes did not have any turbidness at all, she could not help being very surprised. Such a young age, and actually had such powers of concentration. Presumably, he was not simple. This woman had read countless people and virtually saw through Yi Yuan's uncommonness at first glance. So, Sir wants to challenge the 1,000-query wall. Linger could not tell. This way, please, sir. Linger brought Yi Yuan straight to the rear hall. After a few turns, it actually became bright and open. An enormous temple was in front of Yi Yuan, and in this huge temple, the most eye-catching were several 100 feet tall racks. The shelves had a total of 7 levels. On each level, there were many tags sorted into categories. However, the further up it went, the lesser the tags on the shelves. Very clearly, the further up, the harder the problems that those tags represented. Yi Yuan swept simply. On the highest level shelf, there were only 100 over tags. Miss Linger, I wish to challenge this 1,000-query wall. I wonder if there are any restrictive conditions? Yi Yuan inquired. Linger smiled sweetly and said with 1,000 charms, challenging the 1,000-query wall doesn't have restrictions. As long as you have sufficient essence crystals, you can even challenge all of the problems. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said smilingly, then that's good. I wonder how much essence crystals are required to challenge once. Linger said with a smile, according to the different levels challenged, the fees are not the same as well. Oh, I wonder how many essence crystals does challenging the 7th level require? Yi Yuan asked with a smile. Linger's smile could not help freezing. This boy had such a big tone, opening his mouth, and it was the 7th level right away. One had to know that those problems on the 7th level were all getting dusty year in, year out. Some problems were even placed there for several thousand years already. During these several thousand years' time, how many alchemy sovereign powerhouses had Wufang City given birth to? But not a single one of these alchemy sovereign experts could answer those questions. It could be seen just how perverse this 7th level was. Although Yi Yuan's strength was not bad, his age was too young after all. Linger did not feel that Yi Yuan could answer the 7th level's questions. Hee. It's not that Linger is belittling, sir, but it's just that the problems on the 7th level are a little too difficult. Sir is at the sea transformation realm. The corresponding ones are the 4th level's tags. If Sir wishes to challenge the 4th level, it's 500 middle-grade essence crystals. Linger said with a smile. Yi Yuan beamed and said, I have essence crystals. Miss Linger doesn't have to be courteous with me. I came today just to witness the 1,000-query wall of the legends, spending a few essence crystals to experience the most difficult problems. I'm willing to. Linger criticized him in her heart. This boy really has too much money with nowhere to spend, in a flurry to burn. But on the surface, Linger would not say it out. Deceiving a person on account of his generosity to spend unnecessary money, she would be more than willing to take them. Furthermore, Linger knew that while such extravagant wealthy people were rare, there were still that one or two who appear every period of time. The further up, it naturally becomes more expensive. But the rewards are even more plentiful as well. If it's the 7th level, 100 high-grade essence crystals per tag. Linger said. Even for Yi Yuan, his face changed when he heard it too. The 4th level was 500 middle-grade essence crystals, which was also 5 pieces of high-grade essence crystals. But at the 7th level, the prices actually flipped 20 times over. This was simply robbing essence crystals. No wonder Su Zihue said that the Chow family was wealthy until they flowed like water. Such fees. It was hard to not be wealthy. He just won 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals from Run Dong there. Adding it up, it was also just enough to exchange for 10 tags. It was really such a scam. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Linger was contemptuous in her heart. You kin from the countryside. Scared silly by the price already, right? 100 high-grade essence crystals was not a small sum. Using it to take a look at the 7th level's problems was truly a bit too wasteful. But Linger had really seen before people throwing out money just for the sake of taking a look at the 7th level's problems. But very clearly, this boy before her eyes did not have that level of strength. I see that Sir is a man of striking appearance. Maybe you can really resolve the 7th level's problems? How about you exchange for 2 to give it a shot? Linger's words sounded like flattery. Actually, it was a mockery. Although Linger felt that Yi Yuan was not ordinary, conversing to this extent, she already placed Yi Yuan in the ranks of morons. Maybe only morons would have no reaction to her bewitching arts, right? How could Yi Yuan not perceive the meaning in Linger's words? But he really did not care. If I answer the question, can I exchange for the reward on the spot? Yi Yuan asked again. This boy is an idiot, right? Really think that you could answer the 7th level's questions. But a wealthy fool, not earning from you, would be a waste. Straight away, Linger smiled sweetly and said, that is of course. The owners of the questions deposited the rewards with our exquisite jade pavilion. As long as people can answer the question, the rewards will be theirs. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, then that's good. Give me 10 tags first then. As he said, Yi Yuan casually threw out the storage ring he won from Rendong. T10? That's 1,000 high-grade essence crystals. Linger's brain was a little short-circuited. She had seen before alchemists who spent money just for the sake of taking a look at the 7th level's problems. But she had never encountered a customer who opened their mouths to ask for 10 tags right away. Wasn't such a way of burning money too profligate? Yi Yuan nodded and said, the essence crystals in this storage ring, when added up, should be around 1,000 high-grade essence crystals. You can do an inventory check. Linger inserted her divine sense into it and briefly did a count. Indeed, it was 1,000 high-grade essence crystals. Linger could not help drawing a cold breath and thought to herself, extravagant. This was really extravagant. Earning 1,000 high-grade essence crystals in one go, the commission today was not small. Linger gloated to herself endlessly in her heart too. Linger beamed widely and said, Sir indeed carries yourself in an imposing manner. Come over here first to register your alchemist badge. Then you can choose the tags. Yi Yuan nodded and followed Linger to one side to register. When she saw Yi Yuan take out the high-rank quasi-alchemy king badge, Linger's expression could not help becoming stiff once more. Such a young high-rank quasi-alchemy king? Yi Yuan finished registering, and he seemed to have thought of something. He said to Linger with a smile, Oh, right, forgot to tell you. Hurry up and notify the exquisite Jade Pavilion's manager to let him prepare a bit more essence crystals. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you all won't have enough to pay in a while. Chapter 5. 07 Linger gave Yi Yuan a strange look with her eyes. Now, she finally confirmed that this person was a moron. Linger gave Yi Yuan a strange look with her eyes. Now, she finally confirmed that this person was a moron. Or perhaps this Yi Yuan was an impetuous person who did not understand the other person's meaning. On the 7th level, over half were questions left behind for 1,000 years. The other half questions were also left by some top alchemy path powerhouses within 1,000 years. Without having peak alchemy, sovereign strength, and realm, it was simply impossible to resolve. This boy in front was merely 16 or 17 years of age. Putting aside resolving it, whether he could understand them or not was also an issue. Prepare essence crystals? You have got to be kidding. These 1,000 high-grade essence crystals, Big Sister will accept it in your place. All of a sudden, the expression of the staff responsible for registration changed and gave Linger a look. Linger understood and moved closer. You look, this boy and that old fellow are from the same sect. Skymapple's matters had just died down. The exquisite Jade Pavilion was very sensitive to the Tranquil Cloud sect, these 3 words. Hence, that staff noticed something wrong right away. When Linger checked, Yi Yuan's background was indeed the Tranquil Cloud sect. With this, Linger was even more filled with disdain in her heart. Even the Alchemy King was taken care of. What could a sea transformation realm brat do? Linger shot that staff a look. The staff understood and left. But Linger herself came in front of Yi Yuan in all smiles. I wonder which tag Sir is going to choose. There are a total of 136 tags on the 7th level, from number 1 to number 136. Number 1 is the question left on the 1,000 query wall for the longest time, and also the question universally acknowledged to have the greatest difficulty. The most recent one is number 136. It's already 5 years since then and was issued by the Alchemist A.S. Association's chairman, Lord Dan Chinzi. The reward is 1,500 high-grade essence crystals. Linger explained to Yi Yuan with a smile. Linger's and that staff's behaviors, Yi Yuan noticed it all. But Yi Yuan pretended to not know. Like that, huh? Doesn't that mean that the tags closer to the front, the greater the reward money? Yi Yuan asked curiously. That's how it is. The reward for the number 1 tag has already reached a sum of 5 million high-grade essence crystals to this date. This is an astronomical figure to martial artists. It's just the number 1 tag has already been there for several thousand years, but body could crack it all these while, Linger said smilingly. Linger was incredibly disdainful in her heart. It was really a toad L-U-S, ting after a swan's meat. Since ancient times, how many major powers wished to crack the problem in the number 1 tag? Among them, there was no shortage of some major powers who ascended to the divine realm. But up until today, the number 1 tag still was on the rack quietly. How could wanting to crack the number 1 tag be that easy? Yi Yuan nodded slightly when he heard and said, Then give me tags number 126 to number 136 first. I'll solve them for fun first. For fun? Hee, don't snivel in a while. Brat still wet behind your years to actually dare run to the exquisite Jade Pavilion to act wildly. These 1,000 high-grade essence crystals are probably not a small sum to your sect as well, right? Linger started gloating at others' misfortune inwardly, ever since she knew Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai Linger was unwilling to give even the tiniest bit of favorable impression towards Yi Yuan. Before long, there was a staff who took down the last 10 tags from the 7th rack and presented it before Yi Yuan. And this action caused a considerable stir as well. This main hall was very large and could accommodate up to 10,000 people, and the alchemist present at the scene was probably in the thousands as well. Furthermore, those who dare to come to the 1,000 query wall for a challenge were mostly arrogant at heart and haughty in manner too. They were people with some strength to begin with. Of course, these people would pick the tags corresponding to their own strength. On the tags would have a summary of the corresponding problem. These alchemists would all select problems according to these summaries. And, oh, Body dared to be like Yi Yuan, crossing levels to challenge problems. After all, anyone's essence crystals were not cabbages to simply use to throw at the exquisite jade pavilion. Among the alchemists present, the highest was also just a peak alchemy king. If alchemy's sovereigns did not have the need to, they would not come here. Hence, to these people, the 7th level was virtually a forbidden area-like existence. Apart from wanting to experience it a little, there was simply no one who dared to challenge the 7th level. And Yi Yuan drawing 10 tags in one go immediately caused a sensation among the crowd. 10 7th level tags. Is he crazy? Even Dan Chenzi and City Lord wouldn't dare to challenge 10 7th level tags in one go too, right? He also don't know which wealthy and influential family's young master is this. This is gambling at high stakes. 10 tags, can he understand? Sigh, this boy is so young. Maybe he doesn't even know what alchemy skills are at all. Such a pity. How great would it be to let me enrich my knowledge with these 10 tags? So, what if let you experience it a little? Isn't it still pointless? For a moment, many people's gazes all looked towards Yi Yuan, but majority of the people all had disdainful looks. After all, a wealthy person spending large sums of money lavishly like this was the target for other people's envy everywhere. Actually, Yi Yuan was really not a magnate, but since the Chao family dared to dig the ground on top of his head, he would make the Chao family pay a corresponding price. As an overlord of Wufang City, Yi Yuan did not believe that the Chao family did not know that he received the city lord's invitation. Even so, the Chao family still dared to provoke him. Then he did not have the need to give face to the other party anymore. Sir, these are the 10 tags that you chose. There is a jade slip in the box stuck to the tag, and the question that the employer raised is inside the jade slip. You just have to inscribe the answer in the blank jade slip inside. Our exquisite jade pavilion has a consultant team made up of 3 alchemy sovereign powerhouses, specialized in being responsible for evaluating the answers. As long as your answer gets a S from the consultant team, you'll obtain the reward of essence crystals. We've prepared a quiet guest room for you. Sir can go to the guest room to slowly answer the questions. Linger explained with a smile. Although in Linger viewpoint, this sort of explanation wasn't necessary at all, running into such a sucker, it was still better to provide a corresponding service. Yi Yuan looked at Linger and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, that's to say that even if I answer correctly, this consultation team can say that I'm wrong. Linger's facial expression changed, the smile on her face becoming rather stiff. Yi Yuan's words were clearly directed at Sky Maple. In reality, Sky Maple had indeed answered the question. But the consultation team still denied his answer. That was why Sky Maple would have a dispute with the exquisite Jade Pavilion in a moment of anger. What is Sir saying here? The reputation of our exquisite Jade Pavilion is well known in the entire endless world. Or else, how can there be so many experts who issue rewards at our place? There has never been anybody who dared to question our exquisite Jade Pavilion's reputation. Linger's words already carried some threat. But Yi Yuan did not care a whit and said with a smile, this is my first time here. I really don't dare to believe your exquisite Jade Pavilion's reputation that much. So, I wish to add one more person to your consultation group. When Linger heard that, her face could not help darkening. This, sir, Is it possible that you're here to cause trouble? Our consultation team has 3 alchemy sovereign experts. Who has the qualifications to join them? Linger's voice had yet to fade when an aged voice sounded out. I wonder if this old man has this qualification? 0. As some of you who are more astute, number 126 to number 136 is a total of 11 tags, not 10. Author fail math. I'll leave it as it is because it affects the other chapters when they go through. Chapter 5. Oh, 8. It's Master Wu Xian. Why is he here? It's Master Wu Xian. Why is he here? Master Wu Xian is an alchemist A.S. Association's elder. Other than being on duty in the A.S. Association, he rarely makes an appearance. Why did he show up here? Could it be that he's here for this youth? Who on earth is this youth? The arrival was precisely Wu Xian. Yi Yuan obviously could not run to the exquisite jade pavilion alone foolish. This was other people's territory after all. Other people had the final say no matter what. The alchemist A.S. Association was above worldly considerations. Coming here was all too perfect. Before coming, Yi Yuan told Suzy Hui to invite Wu Xian here to back him up. Even though Yi Yuan's attitude that day was not very good, looking at Wu Xian's thirsting after talent appearance, most likely he was willing to provide this help. As expected, Wu Xian really came. But this favor, Yi Yuan would remember it. In the future, there would naturally be reciprocation. And Master Wu Xian, why are you here? When Linger saw Wu Xian, her expression became somewhat unnatural. The alchemist A.S. Association meddling in the exquisite jade pavilion's matters. This was not some good omen. Furthermore, Wu Xian's status was extremely high. He was not what a little S like her could cope with. This old man heard that there was somebody challenging the 1,000 Query Wall's 7th level. Such a grand event naturally cannot be missed. Wu Xian said coolly, but Linger did not know what to say. Right at this moment, a voice sounded out, Master Wu Xian gracing us with your grand presence. It really honors the exquisite jade pavilion tremendously. However, Master said that you wanted to join the consultation team earlier. Isn't that rather inappropriate? The arrival was dressed in black robes, his appearance looking rather young. A badge was pinned on his chest. He was shockingly a middle-rank quasi-alchemy king. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed. Barring no accidents, this person was most probably that whatever third young Master Chow. Wu Xian stroked his beard and said smilingly, I'm only here to be a witness. And, Body has challenged the 7th level's questions for very long. This old man is only here to join in the fun today. Chao Feng's face fell slightly. With Wu Xian holding down the fort here, some things were not nice to be done in a flagrant manner. He shot Yi Yuan a vicious glare, but then he said to Wu Xian with a pleasant countenance, Isn't Master Wu Xian stirring too much of a commotion? The 7th level already had no activity for 5 years. How old is this youth only? Merely here to take a stroll. Could he really stir up anything? Wu Xian gave Yi Yuan a look with a deep meaning and said with a smile, Although this old man isn't harboring any hopes either, I'm also looking forward to some pleasant surprise. I'm just here to be a spectator. I believe that the Chao family won't forbid it, right? Chao Feng hurriedly said, Dare not, dare not. Master Wu Xian normally can't even be invited. How will our Chao family dare to shut the door in your face? Welcome, welcome to the utmost degree. Chao Feng was very depressed. Every alchemy sovereign's status was incredibly extraordinary, even if Wu Xian was only a low-rank alchemy sovereign. An alchemy sovereign expert coming over to be a spectator, Chao Feng seriously could not find any reason to refuse. Furthermore, He was just Chow family's junior and completely did not have the qualifications to refuse either. But with Wu Xian here, it was not very good to play tricks. It was true that the Chow family's consultation realm was famed for being impartial, but on this earth, what place were there that could really achieve true fairness? Within a very small boundary, Chow Fong could still make use of the Chow family's prestige to do some things. But if Wu Xian was here, Chow Fong would be unable to do that anymore. That would ruin the Chow family's reputation. With reputation, the Chow family's 1,000-query wall would not be able to carry on running too. This would be a catastrophic blow to the Chow family. Of course, Chow Fong did not believe that a puny little sea transformation realm like Yi Yuan could really answer the 7th level's questions too. Chow Fong looked at Yi Yuan and said with a playful smile, "This distinguished one is really so courageous, taking on 10 tags in one go. Even City Lord and Lord Chairman don't have such breadth of spirit either." Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Merely just 1,000 high-grade essence crystals. Just playing around. Maybe among these 10 questions, I'll happen to know that 1 or 2 maybe by chance." You really dare to say that? The questions on the 7th level, even the one published by Lord Chairman 5 years ago, and, oh, Body has answered them successfully to this date. You, a little sea transformation realm, actually dare to engage in such wild talk. Chow Fong was very displeased by Yi Yuan's disparaging attitude. Hearing these words, Wu Xian smiled faintly and said, "Honorable nephew Chow is looking down on Yi Yuan here. He already said the high-rank quasi-alchemy king test at the Alchemist Association yesterday. Now, he's already officially a high-rank quasi-alchemy king. Moreover, he defeated Rendong yesterday." When Wu Xian's words came out, everyone was amazed. A 16 years old high-rank alchemy king? What kind of concept was this? Even Chow Fong was stunned too. He only heard his subordinate say that a tranquil cloud sect disciple came, but he was unaware that Yi Yuan actually had such strength in alchemy. Rendong was the rival of his lifetime. He was an opponent that Chow Fong was unable to defeat even when he used all of his might too, but the target that he had no way of Sing was actually defeated by this 16 years old youth before his eyes. This was a little too jarring, but it was precisely so that he knew why Wu Xian would make an appearance here today. This youth is actually a high-rank quasi-alchemy king. My how does he train alchemy? Isn't this too monstrous as well? Furthermore, he even defeated the city lord Manners Rendong. Doesn't this mean that he's already the current junior generation's #1 person? Indeed, heroes come from youngsters. Looking at these young people, I instantly feel that I'm old. 16 years old, high-rank, quasi-alchemy king. In the future, he's bound to be a peak alchemy sovereign existence. Perhaps he even has the possibility of shattering the void and salting the divine realm. Wu Xian's words caused a huge stir among the crowd. Wu Xian looked at Yi Yuan with a smile and said, "Yi Yuan, since you've already obtained the badge, why aren't you wearing it?" After Yi Yuan just registered his badge for a bit, he kept it again. Hearing Wu Xian say, "So now," it was not good to conceal it anymore. He could only take the badge out and wear it. This kid really doesn't have the habit of wearing badges. "Master Wu Xian, please don't take offense," Yi Yuan said with a flattering smile. "You this punk really left me speechless at what to say. Other people treat it like a treasure when getting the badge, but only you cast it away like a pair of worn-out shoes." Sigh. Wu Xian scolded while smiling. Yi Yuan slightly lightly and did not explain either, and he said, "Better not waste any more time. Let me take a look at what kind of questions are inside these 10 jade slips." As he said, Yi Yuan came right in front of box number 136 and swept over that jade slip with divine sense. Seeing Yi Yuan's actions, even Wu Xian held his breath too. Tag number 136. It was the contents that Lord Chairman published. As the Alchemist A.S. Association's chairman, Wu Xian was all too clear about the contents inside the jade slip. Yi Yuan's speed of checking the jade slip was very quick. He only used several breaths of time, and then placed it back. How is it? Any confidence? Wu Xian could not resist asking. Yi Yuan smiled mysteriously and said, "Let me take a look at the others first." Chapter 509. When Wu Xian saw the situation, he could not help laughing in spite of himself, and said, "You, this punk, are even keeping people in suspense. I'm really helpless against you. Forget it, forget it. You take a look first." When Wu Xian saw the situation, he could not help laughing in spite of himself, and said, "You, this punk, are even keeping people in suspense. I'm really helpless against you. Forget it, forget it. You take a look first." TCH, don't know means don't know, pretending rather well. Even if you're a high-rank quasi-alchemy king. So what? These 5 years, a total of dozen over alchemy sovereign experts had challenged the number 136 question. Among them even included Lord Chairman. But not a single one succeeded. With the likes of you, can you even answer it? Chao Feng laughed mockingly. Although Chao Feng's words were not pleasant to the ears, the alchemists present all secretly approved of it. Ren Xingchuan and Dan Chenzi, the two of them practically represented the endless world's alchemy path's highest standards. Questions that even they could not answer basically meant that it was unsolvable and could belong to the conjecture category. This kind of conjectures, with the endless world standard, there was simply no way of answering. Except they were unaware that Yi Yuan's alchemy standard, Serpa S, said the endless world standards in the first place. Yi Yuan gave Chao Feng a look, but then he said with a faint smile, "Third young Master Chao, if I can answer this question number 136, I won't take a single penny of Lord Chairman's essence crystal reward. All for your Chao family. How about that?" Chao Feng's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard that, and asked, "What terms do you have?" "Release Elder Sky Maple, and you offer an apology to him. How about that?" Yi Yuan said coolly. Chao Feng had long foreseen that Yi Yuan would say this, and said with a cold smile, "Ha! That old fellow failed the challenge, and even slandered my exquisite Jade Pavilion's reputation. He naturally can't be forgiven easily. My Chao family has stood in Wufang City for several thousand years. What we rely on is reputation, this word. How can wanting to let him go be so easy? Unless that old fellow is willing to come forward himself and admit that he slandered the Chao family." Chao Feng saw that Yi Yuan looked like he had a well-thought-out plan, but Chao Feng was reluctant to give in, shoving reputation this word over. He initially thought that Yi Yuan would fly into a great rage, but Yi Yuan just nodded his head lightly and said, "Then that can't be helped. Third young master, better hurry, and go raise the essence crystals now. I'm afraid that your Chao family can't bring out so many essence crystals in a while." Yi Yuan's calm and collected manner was as if everything was under control. Looking at his manner, this 7th level's question number 136 was like a pile of C.R.A.P. in his eyes. Of course, this was not how others saw it. In reality, these questions were indeed a pile of C.R.A.P. in Yi Yuan's eyes. Yi Yuan's objective was very simple, which was to challenge the 1,000 query wall. He wanted to challenge them all the way until the Chao family went bankrupt. These essence crystal rewards were under the Chao family's charge, but they would not lie there untouched. The Chao family naturally wasn't willing to do something so silly. Those essence crystals they would definitely use to do other things. But these several thousand years, all of the alchemists who answered the questions, the Chow family would pay out the full sum according to the reward amount. There had never been a missing sum, even if the person who raised the question was already a dead person. It was also precisely because of this that the Chow family could ensure its powerful reputation. Yi Yuan had long known that the Chow family's reputation was already deeply engraved in people's hearts along the way. So he did not clash head-on, coming out to question Chow family's prestige issue. That way, other people simply would not believe. He would instead become a vile character who defamed the Chow family. Even someone as powerful as Wu Xian would not come out to question the Chow family's prestige either, let alone Yi Yuan, whose words carried little weight. Hence, Yi Yuan found another path. He was going to keep challenging question after question. He was going to make the Chow family be unable to take out so many available essence crystals. Yi Yuan did not believe that at the end, the Chow family still dared to not release people. Yi Yuan dared to do this entirely because of his incomparably formidable strength in alchemy. If it were another person, how would they dare to use this kind of extreme method? When Chao Feng heard Yi Yuan's words, he just took it for a joke and said indifferently, "If you have the capabilities, then make my Chow family be unable to take out so many essence crystals. So many alchemists are watching here. Don't be all talk and no action. Who doesn't know how to talk big?" Many people saw Yi Yuan say such arrogant words, and all could not stifle their laughter. Ha ha, still young and impetuous. Even if he can really answer Lord Danchenzi's question, how can the problems in front be that easy to resolve? That's right. Being arrogant has to have a limit too. No? These several thousand years, the 1,000-query wall, only ACCU, mulat this 100 over questions. If he answered all of them, wouldn't the alchemy powerhouses in these thousands of years all be unfit to carry shoes for him? Ha ha. Young people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. His attitude can still be understood. Yi Yuan did not refute. He just nodded his head slightly and started examining the number 135 jade slip. Yi Yuan's examining speed was very fast. He practically just gave a brief scan and placed it down. Seeing Yi Yuan's actions, the others felt even more that Yi Yuan was out to posture. The 1,000-query wall's 7th level's questions were all incomparable profound. Even understanding it needed to expend a very long time. Yi Yuan just used several breaths of time before putting the jade slip down. He did not even think about it at all. How could he answer them? Even Wu Xian was also rather disappointed seeing Yi Yuan's actions. In his heart, he naturally did not believe that Yi Yuan could answer these questions. But at the thought of Yi Yuan's performance yesterday, he somehow had some more antic. Asian in his heart. This was the fundamental reason why he was willing to come. Same as Rendong, Wu Xian also viewed the video which recorded Yi Yuan refining pills anew. Using marvelous work of art was insufficient to describe it. Refining standards such as this, even he, an alchemy sovereign, was unable to achieve them at all. Wu Xian was very curious. What kind of person could nurture such a heaven-defying junior? Very soon, Yi Yuan put down the number 126 jade slip. This was considered him reading finish all the questions. Boy, these 10 questions are all unbelievably difficult. You probably can't even study in detail within a short period of time. The exquisite Jade Pavilion has individual rooms and pill refining rooms. You can experiment while you answer. Wu Xian reminded. He did not believe that Yi Yuan could answer these questions in such a short time. Him asking Yi Yuan before was just wanting to ask if Yi Yuan had any hopes of answering and not to answer right away. The chairman's question. He himself studied it for a very long time, too. He would even take it out to study for a bit occasionally, but he still was unable to find the correct approach. Even if Yi Yuan was any more monstrous, it was not possible to answer so quickly either. But Yi Yuan said with a smile, "No need. Third young master Chow, invite the consultation team here. I'll answer finish in one shot. Saves the trouble too. As it happens, Master Wu Xian is here too. Be a witness for me then." "What? You want to answer right now? There are over 1,000 alchemists watching here. Don't make a fool out of so many people." Chao Feng was taken aback with shock by Yi Yuan's actions. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "I just want to answer in front of so many people's faces. Otherwise, wouldn't everybody miss out on a great show? Enough nonsense. I'm going to inscribe the jade slips right now. They still need a very long time to evaluate it. Don't drag the time." Chapter 5:10. The jade slips were prepared ready. Yi Yuan casually picked up a jade slip and started inscribing the solution to number 136. The jade slips were prepared ready. Yi Yuan casually picked up a jade slip and started inscribing the solution to number 136. This kind of inscribing did not need to use up too much time. Yi Yuan finished inscribing the jade slip soon enough. Yi Yuan did not delay either, directly picking up the second jade slip to inscribe. When Chao Feng saw this scene, he sneered coldly inwardly. "Even if you are heaven-defying, could you really answer all 10 of these questions? If this was really the case, wouldn't my Chao family putting up this 1,000-query wall become a joke? Come, men, invite the consultation team's 3 elders here." Chao Feng instructed. Since Yi Yuan wished to be embarrassed, said, "Then just let him be disgraced." When the 3 elders directly rejected his answer, see what else he has to say. Very soon, 3 alchemy sovereign experts were invited into the main hall. Like this, there were 4 alchemy sovereign experts in the main hall. Furthermore, in the consultation team, there was even a middle-rank alchemy sovereign. Such a lineup could be rated as extravagant. "Yi, Wu Xian, why are you here as well?" asked one of the alchemy sovereign experts in surprise. "He, Lu Yun, I'm here today for this boy." Wu Xian pointed at the Yi Yuan who was currently inscribing jade slips. Lu Yin trio took a look at Yi Yuan, and their gaze involuntarily turned intense. Who is this young man? To actually challenge 10 7th-level problems in one go? What they were surprised by was Yi Yuan's lavishness and not Yi Yuan's courage. In these 3 people's perspective, Yi Yuan was simply being comical. Except they could not figure out why Wu Xian, who was an alchemy sovereign expert, would accompany a child to mess around here. 3 elders. He's called Yi Yuan. Merely someone talking big to impress people. It was only on account of Elder Wu Xian's face that I invited 3 elders to move your grand presence to the main hall. That's fine. We received Chao family's appointment, so we naturally have to put in some effort. Old brother Wu Xian is worthy of us moving here. It's just that which family's child is this young man, playing around too much. Old brother Wu Xian, why are you accompanying him to kick up a row too? Said the middle-rank alchemy sovereign. He, old brother Zhu Jiang, don't make an error of judgment. This youth has some capabilities. Answering 10 in one go might be messing around a little, but if one of them, I feel that there is a possibility. Wu Xian said. When Zhu Jiang heard Wu Xian's words, he could not help being slightly stunned. What kind of person Wu Xian was, he was very clear. Wu Xian's conduct was prudent and was also very experienced and vigorous when refining pills. He never did frivolous things. Today, he actually praised a youngster in front of everyone like so. Could it be that this youngster was really out of the ordinary? The other 2 could not help sizing up Yi Yuan too, but they could not perceive the slightest extraordinary aspect. Moreover, Yi Yuan's speed of inscribing the jade slips was too fast. No matter how one looked, It was also like being mischievous to answer the seventh level's questions. Any one of them would need a person to expend massive amount of time and energy. Who would answer the way he did if Yi Yuan challenged one before and went back to do enormous amounts of research, then came back to challenge again now? That would give no cause for criticism. But answering 10 in one go, was there any other explanation other than messing around? Old brother Wu Xian, this joke cannot be made. What kind of degree the seventh level's questions reached, you're aware. He, a youth still wet behind his ears, can answer them? Zhu Jiang said in disbelief. Wu Xian smiled faintly and said, whether he can answer or not, I'm not certain either. But I have a feeling that maybe he can really answer. Done. Zhu Jiang had yet to ask again, and Yi Yuan's voice came over. Hiss. The alchemists present all drew a cold breath. Wasn't this answering speed a little too quick? Ha! This boy is really gutsy enough to make for alchemy sovereign experts mess around with him. Wonder what kind of expression Master Zhu Jiang, the three of them, will have in a moment. Such a fast speed is completely fooling people. How can the seventh level's questions be answered so quickly? Although this youngster's strength isn't bad, his temperament still needs tempering. Such a way of trying to impress people by sensationalizing things is really too disgracing. Seeing Yi Yuan finish inscribing the jade slip so quickly, those alchemists basically already lost interest in continuing to watch. If not for several alchemy sovereign experts being here, they probably wouldn't even be bothered to look. Young man, are you sure that you're not making a fool out of us few old fellows? Although old brother Wu Xian regards you very highly, you yourself need to have a sense of propriety as well. Zhu Jiang said with a deep meaning. Ho, how can Yi Yuan dare to beguile seniors? Whether I answered correctly or not, seniors will know after evaluating it for a bit. It's just. Seniors don't go against your conscience to judge them, and that will do, Yi Yuan said with a smile. When Yi Yuan's words came out, Zhu Jiang trio were startled in their hearts. The three of them actually were not subordinate to the Chao family. They were only holding down the fort at this 1,000-query wall on behalf of the Chao family. This was already the Chao family's custom. The consultation team would change once every 5 years. The alchemy sovereign experts invited over had no relations whatsoever with the Chao family. This way, it would ensure the fairness to the greatest limit. It was also precisely because of this relations, HI plus P, that although the Chao family had declined now, it was an immensely powerful faction in this Wufang city and even in the entire endless world. This kind of approach was not wrong. It was just that Zhu Jiang trio received the Chao family's appointment all year round. They would naturally have to take away quite a bit of benefits from the Chao family. Chao Feng troubling them for a bit because of some minor thing, they naturally found it hard to decline. Yi Yuan's words earlier were lightly pointing it out to them, but these few people were all experienced and shrewd with age. They naturally would not show it on their faces. Haha, good. Indeed, heroes come from youngsters. This old man will take a look first to see if your answer makes sense or not. As he said, Zhu Jiang was about to go take the number 136 answer. Old brother Zhu Jiang, this question number 136 was issued by Lord Chairman. Wu Xian is incapable, but I wonder if I can cut in front to examine it first? Wu Xian suddenly called out. Zhu Jiang was stunned, but he nodded and said, since old brother Wu Xian is in such a mood, what's the harm in letting you look first? Zhu Jiang did not care at all, because he totally did not believe that Yi Yuan could answer it. Ha! Then I thank old brother Zhu Jiang. As he said, Wu Xian gave Yi Yuan a long, meaningful look and took up the number 136 answer that Yi Yuan inscribed. Wu Xian's divine sense sunk into the jade slip. In the beginning, he still looked calm and composed. But with the sing of time, Wu Xian's brows gradually knitted tightly together. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help becoming curious. Could it be that this boy's answers really still had some knack to it? But Chao Feng sneered coldly inside. These two people's two-man act was really realistic. Even he was fooled too. It was just that one still needed to speak with the truth in the end. What, old brother Wu Xian, is it possible that this answer really still has some knack to it? Although Zhu Jiang was asking Wu Xian, he clearly still did not believe. Actually, his thoughts were roughly the same as Chao Feng's. It was that Wu Xian and Yi Yuan were acting out a two-man show. Ha ha. So that's how it is. All of a sudden, Wu Xian started laughing maniacally, his entire person appearing extremely excited. Chapter 511, No wonder it couldn't be refined no matter what. So that's how it is. Ha ha ha. When Lord Chairman sees this jade slip, he'll surely be very delighted. No wonder it couldn't be refined no matter what. So that's how it is. Ha ha ha. When Lord Chairman sees this jade slip, he'll surely be very delighted. Wu Xian suddenly took out a communication talisman and inserted some essence energy. The communication talisman vanished with a swoosh. Seeing Wu Xian's expression, Chao Feng's heart involuntarily palpitated. Could it be that this boy really answered the question number 136? Old brother Wu Xian, is it possible that? Zhu Jiang asked in puzzlement. Only now did Wu Xian come to a realization. He said the jade slip to Zhu Jiang and said, Dear me, old brother Zhu Jiang, apologies. This question is from Lord Chairman. I've researched it for a very long time too, but I keep feeling that there are some places which I don't understand, and it cannot be solved no matter what. Now that I suddenly have a clear understanding, I'm seriously too excited. Hiss. It was really answered. Zhu Jiang was still somewhat suspicious. Hee, you'll know when you take a look. Wu Xian could not be bothered to be long-winded with him too. Let him verify himself, and he would naturally know. Zhu Jiang started checking the contents inside the jade slip doubtfully, his brows similarly becoming increasingly tighter. After a long while, Zhu Jiang silently said the jade slip to Lu Yun. Lu Yun said the jade slip to the other alchemy sovereign after checking it. After the three people finished looking, they exchanged glances, and none of them spoke. Chao Feng was long sitting on pins and needles by the side. At this time, how could he still endure it? He could not help opening his mouth and asked, 3 masters, just what is the result? Zhu Jiang looked at Chao Feng deeply and slowly opened his mouth to say, Lord Dan Chinzi's question is rather famous. This elderly self had researched it before too, just as old brother Wu Xian said, it was just unsolvable in a certain area, unable to break through it. Just now, seeing the description inside this jade slip, we finally see the light. This question number 136 is finally resolved after a time interval of 5 years. Chao Feng's heart seemed to seize violently for a bit as he looked at Yi Yuan disbelievingly. This boy actually really answered it. If Wu Xian still had the possibility of playing out a carefully choreographed dance with Yi Yuan, the consultation team's 3 alchemy sovereign experts absolutely would not lie. How could this boy be so monstrous? A question that even peak alchemy sovereign experts could not answer. He could actually answer it so easily. Although alchemists had no restrictions in realm regarding the stockpiling of knowledge, a person's energy was limited. The corresponding level could generally only understand the alchemy knowledge at the same level. Even if somebody had spare energy to learn other things, it was also at most just a little exceeding the present level. But this Yi Yuan was just a high-rank quasi-alchemy king, and yet he crossed two major realms to answer a peak alchemy king-level question. Just how perverse was this? Chao Fang's expression was incomparably ugly. He knew that regardless whether Yi Yuan's questions at the back was answered correctly or not, Yi Yuan's name would shake Wufang City with the help of today's events. Third young Master Chao, how much is the reward for this question number 136? Yi Yuan asked with a half-smile. Chao Fang looked like he ate a fly right now. He squeezed out a few words from the crevices between his teeth. 10,000 high-grade essence crystals. Yi Yuan nodded and said smilingly, like this, huh? Doesn't that mean that not only are my essence crystals back already, I even earned 9,000 high-grade essence crystals instead? Ho-ho, this transaction is worth it. This money, keep it on the tab first. After these 10 questions are all A.S. Cest, finish, pay it to me together. 3 seniors, continue then. Zhu Jiang could not refrain from sizing Yi Yuan up a couple of times. He was speculating if Yi Yuan guessed this question or relied on true ability to answer it. If it was relying on genuine capability, then this youth was too terrifying. High-rank quasi-alchemy king strength, and he actually already possessed knowledge Serpa. Sing Peak Alchemy Sovereign. If this was really the case, then alchemist ranks simply had no bottlenecks to him at all. As long as he practiced a powerful soul incantation, he could advance all the way free and unimpeded. Seeing how Yi Yuan had such strength at this young age, the soul incantation that he cultivated could not be lousy too no matter what. Okay, this old man will take a look at this question, number 135. As he said, Zhu Jiang sunk his divine sense into the jade slip once more. At the same time, inside a hidden chamber in the Alchemist A.S. Association, a communication talisman suddenly lit up. The eyes of Dan Chinzi, who was currently in close seclusion, lit up, and he muttered, "The Dragon Tiger Mighty Soul Pill that I researched for so many years. I could not find the right approach all along. Now, there is actually somebody who could crack that barrier. I want to see just where this youngster comes from." Finished talking, Dan Chinzi's figure moved. Vanis, H.I. plus ing from within the hidden chamber. At the exquisite jade pavilion, the crowd already descended into a frenzy at this time. Question number 135 is correct too. Oh my G, oh D, just what kind of background does this youngster have to actually have such skill? If question number 136 were like a dead rat falling into the clutches of a blind cat, then this question number 135 couldn't be described using luck, right? The 1,000-query wall has stood erect in Wufang City for a history of several thousand years. Such a grand occasion most likely has never appeared before. You guys, do you think that he can resolve all 10 of these questions? Are you joking? Answering all 10 questions, just extensive to what kind of degree does this youth's alchemy knowledge have to be? 10 questions being all correct, seeing Yi Yuan answer 2 questions correctly in succession. This idea popped up uncontrollably in many people's head, not knowing why. Although reason told them that this was something impossible, they kept on harboring some hope in their hearts and felt that Yi Yuan might really be able to complete them. Time pa-s, said by the minute. The expression on Zhu Jiang's face became increasingly solemn. Even that initially constantly jolly Wu Xian, the expression on his face right now became extremely fascinating too. Number 134, correct. Reward money, 12,000 high-grade essence crystals. Number 133, correct. Reward money, 14,000 high-grade essence crystals. Number 126, correct. Reward money, 15,000 high-grade essence crystals. Roughly 6 hours later, Chao Fang's complexion was already deathly pale. How is this possible? Question number 126 has already existed for over a decade. A number of middle-rank alchemy sovereigns and above major powers came forward to challenge it before. But not a single person succeeded. How on earth did this brat accomplish it? Chao Feng's brain blanked out. Yi Yuan's performance smashed his confidence bit by bit. Third young Master Chao. The total is 136,500 high-grade essence crystals. Now, can the bill be settled? Yi Yuan looked at Chao Feng and said nonchalantly. When these words came out, everyone looked at Yi Yuan very astoundedly. In these alchemists' view, the significance of answering these 10 questions was far greater than the importance of this 130,000 high-grade essence crystals. This Yi Yuan actually asked Chao Feng for essence crystals at the first moment. This manner of eating him up. Looking at that indifferent look of Yi Yuan's, Chao Feng swore in his heart and said through clenched jaws, "Terrific, boy! You really came prepared. Come in. Pay the essence crystals to him." The exquisite jade pavilion was indeed immensely wealthy. They gathered 136,500 high-grade essence crystals very quickly. Yi Yuan reached his hand out to receive the storage ring while saying to Linger with a smile, "Thank you, Miss Linger. I'm going to challenge question number 125 now. I'll have to trouble Miss Linger to help out deduct the fees from inside." Linger was frightened until her hands trembled when she heard that, and the storage ring slipped off her hands. Chapter 5:12. What? He still wants to challenge number 125. What? He still wants to challenge number 125. Today is really an eye-opener. When did such a heaven-defying junior appear in our endless world? He's still junior? Your alchemy standards aren't even fit to carry shoes for him, right? Yi Yuan used essence energy to grab it gently, then storage ring, then landed in his hand gently. Miss Linger is a person who trains in martial arts too. Why can't you even hold a storage ring firmly? Yi Yuan said with a smile. I. Linger was long shocked dizzy by Yi Yuan's performance already. Hearing that Yi Yuan still wanted to continue challenging now, she cried even more bitterly without ceasing in her heart. Still want commission? Huh. This time, she definitely was going to be beaten up to death by the third young master. When Chao Feng heard Yi Yuan's words, his expression flickered irregularly. At this moment, he finally confirmed that Yi Yuan was not joking with him. This fellow was really going to win away all of the Chao family's available essence crystals. Before this, Chao Feng felt that Yi Yuan was talking big. But now, he was already utterly without confidence. Yi Yuan already answered all 10 questions. Who dared to guarantee that he could not answer the 11th one or the 12th one? Come men, take down box number 125. Chao Feng said in a grim voice. A staff brought box number 125 in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and casually took up the jade slip. He then sunk his divine sense inside. Everyone held their breaths, looking at the Yi Yuan with shut eyes. Same as before, Yi Yuan finished browsing the contents in the jade slip very quickly and started inscribing. Before long, through Zhujiang and the 4 of their evaluations, Yi Yuan was correct once again. Question number 125. Correct. Reward money, 20,000 high-grade essence crystals. Looking from the reward money, the difficulty of question number 125 clearly went up another level. The reward monies previously all increased by 1,000 or 500, but this time it swelled by 5,000 high-grade essence crystals in one shot. But this did not seem to be any different to Yi Yuan from before. He practically used the same amount of time to answer it, Instead, it was Zhu Jiang, the four of them, who spent increasingly longer time to assess it. Yi Yuan obviously would not stop. He chose to continue challenging number 124. A period of time later, Zhu Jiang's voice sounded once more. Question number 124, correct. Reward money, 21,000 high-grade essence crystals. Question number 123, correct. Reward money, 22,000 high-grade essence crystals. Question number 116, correct. Reward money, 33,000 high-grade essence crystals. Every period of time, Zhu Jiang's voice was like a heavy hammer pounding everyone's chest and making them practically feel asphyxiated. This 1,000 query wall's 7th level, each time a question was answered, it would cause a stir in the entire city. The alchemists present were all extremely excited in the beginning, but by this time, they felt a chill deep down in their hearts. Question number 116 had already been placed there for close to 100 years. And, Body answered it all this while. This question's degree of difficulty was already not on the same level as Dan Chenzi's problem. But Yi Yuan took his time to answer it from start to end, as if all of the questions were at the tip of his fingers. This youth was too scary. After these 10 questions, Yi Yuan's reward money already ACCU mulat to a terrifying sum of 260,000 high-grade essence crystals. Under normal circumstances, alchemists were all comparatively wealthy, but an alchemy king's total net worth was at most just several tens of thousands of high-grade essence crystals too. The prize money that Yi Yuan won right now was already 10 times of an ordinary alchemy king. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was still continuing answering. Chao Feng's expression was already black, like the bottom of a pot. He truly found it hard to dismount the tiger now. Previously, Yi Yuan said to use the monetary reward to exchange for Sky Maple, and he was unwilling to. Now, in front of so many people's faces, did he have to beg Yi Yuan to take Sky Maple? This slap of his slapping down, how would he have a foothold in Wufang City in the future? But if he did not release Sky Maple, Yi Yuan would really bankrupt the Chao family. 400,000 high-grade essence crystals was merely a hair from 9 oxen to the entire Chao family. But the problem was that the monetary reward at the back was increasingly terrifying. Continuing like this, the Chao family really would not have available essence crystals to pay it off. Moreover, if Yi Yuan really kept winning all the way, it would be a tremendous blow to the 1,000 query walls' fame and prestige. This was an outcome that the Chao family could not bear. If old patriarch knew what happened here, he would surely fly into a great rage. What to do right now? Right at this time, Ahoa, R.S.E., an aged voice reverberated throughout the entire main hall. Apologies. The 1,000 query wall is temporarily closed today. Fellow men of the same line present. Each person can draw 10 pieces of high-grade essence crystals from the exquisite jade pavilion's front door to show my Chao family's apologies. A figure suddenly appeared beside Chao Feng. When those alchemists saw that figure, their pupils involuntarily constricted. This person was none other than precisely the Chao family's old patriarch, a middle-rank alchemy sovereign, Chao Zheng, grandfather. When Chao Feng saw the arrival, he could not help being overjoyed. Chao Zheng showing up, those alchemists knew that this show today could not carry on anymore. These alchemists were just about to bow out when Yi Yuan said leisurely, I heard that the Chao family keeps a foothold on this earth with the word impartial. But why are you carrying out this bias matter today? Chao Zheng did not think that Yi Yuan would dare to be so unbridled in front of him too. His expression could not help darkening as he said, the exquisite jade pavilion is only closing for a day. How is it something bias? When those alchemists sensed the thick smell of gunpowder, they could not help stopping. Yi Yuan looked at Chao Zhang and said neither obsequiously nor haughtily, although the thousand-query wall originated from the Chao family, through thousands of years of development, it has already become the Wufang city and even the endless world's symbol. Hence, even though this thousand-query wall is still maintained by the Chao family, it's no longer owned by the Chao family. Every alchemist has the right to raise and answer questions here. Presumably, there has never been such an act of closing shop since the thousand-query wall was established until today, right? Could it be just because this junior answered a few seventh levels questions, senior is going to close shop? Isn't an action such as this depriving all the alchemists in the world of their right to a pilgrimage? Isn't it something biased? Hearing Yi Yuan's words, all the alchemists secretly cheered in their hearts. They were different from the Chao family. They naturally wished to see these seventh levels questions be breached one by one. Such a grand occasion was hard to encounter even once in 1,000 years. How could they miss it? Although they all knew that this was the Chao family wanting to ensure the thousand-query wall's prestige and stature, this indeed damaged everybody's interests. Chao Zhang's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard that. A faintly discernible killing intent gradually washed over towards Yi Yuan. This Ren will be a peacemaker today. Everybody all disperse. Right then, another voice sounded out. An elderly man appeared in the crowd. Everyone's faces changed. Chao Zhang looked at the arrival rather surprisedly, and he gave a slight bow, saying, "To think that today's matter actually alarmed City Lord. It's this Chao's fault." But Ren Xingchuan did not bother with Chao Zhang and yelled, "Since Lord Chairman came as well, why not show yourself?" All the alchemists were shocked inwardly. This lineup today really became progressively greater. Chapter 513. Her, to think that City Lord actually came here personally. Her, to think that City Lord actually came here personally. A figure floated down and landed. Who could it be but Dan Chinzi? Ren Xingchuan did not follow up, but he said in a solemn voice, "You guys aren't withdrawing yet. Could it be that you want me to make a move personally?" Those alchemists were startled when they heard that and hastily withdrew from the main hall. The irrelevant people all left. The atmosphere here became rather odd. Ren Xingchuan, Dan Chenzi, Chao Zhen, Zhu Jiang, and the rest, their gazes all gathered on Yi Yuan as if trying to see through Yi Yuan. Facing the gazes from a group of Leviathans, Yi Yuan was not the slightest bit fearful and said indifferently, "Is it possible that seniors want to join hands to bully a junior like me?" The expression on everyone's faces became strange. Junior was it, to be able to answer 20 questions from the 7th level so effortlessly. Could such an individual really be considered a junior? Hoo, where did that come from? Little brother Yi, I received Wu Xian's summons and specially came here to express thanks to you. This Dragon Tiger Mighty Soul Pill, I've researched it for several decades, but keep on being unable to find the breakthrough point. Didn't think that I would actually get the solution from your hands today, Dan Chenzi said with a gentle smile. Lord Chairman, don't need to be polite. You raised the question, I received the reward. We're both even. No need to say the word thanks. Yi Yuan said coolly. When these words came out, everyone drew a cold breath. Daring to speak like this to Dan Chenzi, apart from Ren Xingchuan, there was probably only this one before their eyes, right? But Yi Yuan did not care. His gaze looked towards Ren Xingchuan heatedly, but his tone became cold. City Lord invited me to come to Wufang City, but couldn't even protect my sex elder properly. Now that I came to ask for people, City Lord came to cause trouble. Is this your Wufang City's hospitality? But Ren Xingchuan was not a good-natured one. Hearing Yi Yuan said so, he immediately became enraged. You, this punk, are exceedingly rude. The Thousand Query Wall is my Wufang City's totem-like existence. Your way of doing things is a little too over the top. Over the top is it? I gave him a chance. It's he who didn't want it. Since that's the case, he will have to pay a corresponding price for this. Yi Yuan, don't stir up trouble for nothing, but I'm not afraid of trouble either. Yi Yuan did not budge an inch. When the other early-rank alchemy sovereigns and middle-rank alchemy sovereigns heard Yi Yuan's tone of speaking, they all secretly broke into a sweat. Dan Qinzi and Run Xingchuan were both the endless world's peak existences. Yi Yuan offending all of them. How nerve did this need? What a fine not afraid of trouble. Your tranquil cloud sect forcibly occupied my Wufang City's territory. I didn't even find you to settle the score, and you come to be unbridled with me instead. Run Xingchuan's fury became greater and greater. As he spoke, it deviated off topic already. Wu Xian saw the situation and felt anything but assuring, so he hurriedly urged, City Lord, this matter is still within the scope of control. The both of you each take a step back. Humph! This punk is conceited and insolent on account of his ability, even making light of this old man. Seriously too arrogant. I treat him as an honored guest, and he's actually so overbearing. Truly a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yi Yuan said coolly, heavenly evil sect committed evil deeds everywhere, but your Wufang City turned a blind eye to it. That's helping the wicked perpetuate wicked deeds. I helped you guys eliminate the evil, and we're in the wrong instead. People who train in alchemy should have benevolent thoughts. This Wufang City is hailed as the alchemy holy city. Isn't it overshooting the truth? Chao Zhang was stupefied, listening by the side. Their Chao family did not say a word, but City Lord and this brat started seizing each other by the throat. What was going on here? Everyone was rather bewildered too, not knowing why these two people were so hot-tempered. Finally, it was still Dan Qinzi who came forward to be a peacemaker. Gentlemen, calm your anger first. Actually, the 20 problems that little brother Yi resolved has immense contributions to my Wufang City's alchemy path's prosperity. It's just that the sense of propriety was not grasped well. Little brother Yi, facing a great enemy at the moment, isn't us having internal strifes aggrieving our own and gladdening the enemy? In my opinion, the Chao family let that tranquil cloud sect elder go, and consider this matter said too. How can it be so easy? The Chao family must apologize to Grand Elder Sky Maple. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. No way. He can be released. But an apology is impossible. Chao Zheng refused straight away. What a joke. How could a colossal family clan like the Chao family apologize to a third-grade tiny sex elder? Not apologizing works too. I don't need you to release the person. You all can close shop today. Could it be that it will be closed every day in the future? From today onwards, I'll come here to solve questions every day, all the way until all of the questions on the 7th level are all solved finus. Plus, Yi Yuan said with a cold sneer. Shameless boasting. Do you really think that by answering 20 questions, you will be able to answer all of the questions? Questions ranked further to the front. The greater the degree of difficulty. Conundrums that body could resolve in several thousand years can be resolved with just the likes of you? Chao Fong said disdainfully when he heard that. You can very well give it a try. Yi Yuan said coolly. This sentence directly aggravate internal injuries in Chao Fong. He questioned Yi Yuan previously. The result was that Yi Yuan directly answered all of the final 20 questions. Now, Yi Yuan was still and G with confidence. Was it possible that he really had such capabilities? Impossible. Question number 1 was simply heaven-defying to the max. Even Lord Chairman and City Lord were at a complete loss when they looked at it, let alone Yi Yuan. Dan Chenzi and the rest naturally did not believe that Yi Yuan could answer all of the questions as well. But being deadlocked here right now wasn't a solution either. Little brother Yi, everybody each takes a step back. The Chow family releases the person and compensate your household's elder 100,000 high-grade essence crystals. This got to be okay, right? Dan Chenzi said, but Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I only want an apology. Essence crystals, as long as I want. I can have countless. Everyone was directly speechless. This Yi Yuan was simply impervious to neither hard nor soft tactics. That Sky Maple answered the question wrongly and even slandered my Chow family's reputation. I didn't kill him directly is already showing leniency. You actually still want us to apologize? Chow Fong challenged. Yi Yuan suddenly beamed and said, Is that so? Then how about we invite Grand Elder out to confront in court? If Elder Sky Maple answered wrongly, Yi Yuan, will return this 400,000 essence crystals intact and apologize to your Chow family. But if Elder Sky Maple's answer was correct, what then? With this, Chow Fong was thrown into a FLU. Stir. He never would have imagined that the matter would develop to such a state. Now, it could not be controlled any longer. Right then, Zhu Jiang suddenly sighed with melancholy and said, Sigh, Brother Chow Zheng, this matter is the fault of the three of us. To think that it would stir up such a mighty uproar. This 1,000 Query Walls consultation team elder, I, Zhu Jiang, have no face to carry on holding the post. Brother Chow better finds somebody more competent. With Zhu Jiang saying this, Lu Yun and the other person also requested to resign from Chow Zheng. The news that Chow Zheng got was that somebody was causing trouble in Exquisite Jade Pavilion. But he was not clear about the whole story of the incident. Hearing Zhu Jiang's words at this time, how could he still not understand what was going on? Only to see him casually fling a hand, landing a slap on Chow Fong's face as he said coldly, You wicked son! Turns out that everything was stirred up by you. You actually used the Chow family's reputation to do this kind of low-grade thing. I'll exterminate you. Chapter 514 Chow Fong was sent flying out directly. By the time he crawled up, half of his face was swollen like a pig's head. Chow Fong was sent flying out directly. By the time he crawled up, half of his face was swollen like a pig's head. Yi Yuan looked at this scene with a cold smile and was very disdainful in his heart. That slap looked very impressive. Actually, it did not employ essence energy at all. Chow Zheng merely used the strength of the physical body. Hence, Chow Fong's face looked scary, but it was just receiving some superficial wounds. Of course, not only Yi Yuan saw through it, the other big shots naturally could discern it too. It was just that at this sort of time, there was obviously no one who would come forward to expose it. Grandfather, Chow Fong hugged his face and was just about to speak, but he was cut off by Chow Zheng, who said, Why aren't you quickly releasing the person yet and apologizing to little brother Yi? The heavenly evil sex matters. Even City Lord didn't say anything. Is there a need for you to care about other people liking salty carrots? Go back and face the wall to reflect. Cause trouble for me again, and you better be careful. I'll waste you. Same as Rendong, Chow Fong grew up under Chow Zheng's protection since young. Chow Zheng had never hit him like this before. This made Chow Fong feel very wronged. However, although Chow Zheng's words were set out very viciously, it actually did not hurt nor itched. It even sowed discord between Run Xingchuan and Yi Yuan's relations. plus P a little without leaving any traces. Ren Xingchuan, this person as the city lord, what he relied on was not scheming and plotting, but it was incomparably tyrannical methods. Not only was his alchemy path strength preeminent, but his attainments in the martial path were also exceedingly high. He belonged to a different CLA, S of existence among alchemists. In Wufang City, all those who refused to give in to him, he had always used BLOODY methods to suppress them. Actually, he originally planned on being a mediator coming here today. Little did he think that because of his fiery temper, he would actually clash with Yi Yuan. In truth, Yi Yuan being able to answer the 1,000 Query Wall's 7th level's questions was immensely beneficial to them, fellow alchemists. But Yi Yuan's means were too domineering. This kind of directly dropping in to smash the place action would directly affect the Wufang City's position in the alchemists' hearts. Ren Xingchuan, as the city lord, had no choice but to come forward to stop Yi Yuan. But how could Yi Yuan be so easy to get along with? It was fine if he talked nicely. Yet Ren Xingchuan just had to have a commanding tone, directly aggravating Yi Yuan's opinion of him. Before long, Sky Maple was finally brought out. When Yi Yuan saw Sky Maple's slightly miserable-looking appearance, he knew that Sky Maple most likely suffered considerable hards. HI plus PS in this short while. The fury in his heart involuntarily soared higher. When Sky Maple saw a bunch of alchemy sovereign experts present, he could not help sucking in a deep breath and came to Yi Yuan's side. My tranquil cloud sect came to Wufang City for the sake of the endless world's safety, but we received such a treatment. Looks like we were hallucinating that the other party is willing. Forget it. Your Chow family's apology, I don't need it either. Grand Elder, and I will leave Wufang City right away to avoid being an eyesore to everyone. Grand Elder, let's go. As he said, Yi Yuan pulled Sky Maple and was just about to leave. When Ren Xingchuan saw this scene, he wanted to stop Yi Yuan, but was stopped by Dan Chenzi. Dan Chenzi shot Wu Xian a look, signaling him to make a move. Dan Chenzi then said to Ren Xingchuan, "Old man Ren, you don't add more to the discord. This boy is clearly somebody who can be persuaded by reason, but he's not a person to be cowed by force. You continue like this, and the endless meet in 2 days most likely can't commence anymore." Hearing these words, Ren Xingchuan's slowly rising fury was ultimately pressed down. And in this short while, Yi Yuan already left the exquisite Jade Pavilion. Wu Xian followed out, closely behind too. He darted a look at Dan Chenzi and said vigilantly, "You this old punk, what devious ideas are you planning again? Your alchemist, association stands aloof above worldly considerations. Even if the fierce Gale world really attacked over here, they wouldn't dare to do anything to you either. Don't say that you're doing this for the sake of the endless world, too." Dan Chenzi let go of Ren Xingchuan and said with a faint smile, "For it is good, not for it is fine as well. Could it be that you aren't interested in this young man? In my opinion, his knowledge in alchemy likely far surpa. SES yours and mine." Ren Xingchuan gave a cold snort and said, "If now isn't extraordinary times, this old man would definitely interrogate this stinking brat with torture well. Even if his alchemy knowledge is any greater, he's merely a C transformation realm. Could he still overturn the heaven?" Dan Chenzi said with a smile, "You this old fellow always being hot-tempered. You don't just look at this boy being unbelievably obstinate. If it wasn't this special period at present, he might not be so high-profile either. This boy is soft and gentle even with his rough ways that he showed us. At the same time, he isn't easy to get along with." Ren Xingchuan snorted coldly, but then he turned to Chao Zheng and said, "What a splendid thing your Chao family did. I don't care about you guys, SMAs. HI plussing your signboards. But if it threatens Wufang City, don't blame this old man for turning hostile on you. Chao Zheng's expression was slightly kind of ugly as he nodded and said, City Lord Rest assured. This incident, the Chao family will definitely deal with it well. Although the Chao family's bedrock was incomparably solid, under Run Xingchuan's rule, Chao Zheng had to tuck his tail between his legs to behave properly too, infuriating Run Xingchuan, and, body would gain anything good out of it. In this Wufang city, it had already been very, very long since anyone dared to challenge Ren Xingchuan's authority. Looking from this angle, Yi Yuan could already be considered Wufang City's #1 person. Yi Yuan, please wait. Please wait. Wu Xian chased after Yi Yuan out as he yelled at the top of his voice. Yi Yuan halted his footsteps when he heard that and gave Wu Xian and bow and said, Today, many thanks to Master Wu Xian for helping me out of my predicament. This kid bears it in my heart. Next time, if there's the opportunity, this kid will definitely repay generously. Today, if not for Wu Xian being present, how the outcome would be was really hard to say. Wu Xian laughed and said, Ho, you're too serious with your words. If not for coming to the exquisite Jade Pavilion today, I'll most likely regret it for the rest of my life. Seeing you refined pills yesterday, I even gave rise to the thought of taking a disciple. Only seeing your means today did I know that I was rash. In front of you, how can I bear the word master? Only when he saw Yi Yuan's performance today did Wu Xian know why Yi Yuan was completely uninterested in him yesterday. What he knew, Yi Yuan knew all. What he did not know, Yi Yuan knew too. What would he use to teach Yi Yuan? Recalling it now, yesterday was really making a really big joke. Master Wu Xian is an alchemy sovereign experts. Master this word is naturally deserving, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Actually, in front of Yi Yuan, who could be deserving of this word? It was just that Wu Xian helped Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan would naturally show appreciation. Wu Xian hurriedly waved his hands and said, if you don't mind, just call me elder brother. Master this word is absolutely undeserving. Yi Yuan was not pretentious either, and nodded with a smile as he said, Since that's the case, Yi Yuan will accept deferentially than to decline courteously. Elder brother Wu Xian, Grand Elder, and I will return to the Tranquil Cloud sect right away. If you have time, you can come and visit often. Wu Xian hurriedly said, Younger brother Yi, City Lord just has this temper. You don't try to gain face back with him. Speaking of which, he made Su Zihui fuss around you these few days. It's also considered to be very considerate already. Moreover, if it wasn't for Su Zihui coming to find me today, I couldn't have arrived in time either. Don't you agree? Yi Yuan nodded his head. He was actually just putting on a show to take that old man down a notch. He obviously would not really leave. Fine then. This is on account of elder brother's face here. Yi Yuan hesitated for a bit and said, Chapter 5:15, that's how it should be. Come to my place to have a chat. Elder brother, there has the highest grade immortal remembrance jade brew. Today, us brothers shall not return without getting drunk. That's how it should be. Come to my place to have a chat. Elder brother, there has the highest grade immortal remembrance jade brew. Today, us brothers shall not return without getting drunk. Wu Xian put his arm around Yi Yuan and pulled him hard, like really becoming good friends despite a great difference in age. Yi Yuan had no choice and could only say goodbye to Sky Maple and leave with Wu Xian. As an alchemy sovereign expert, Wu Xian's residence was naturally very luxurious. Wu Xian brought Yi Yuan to a small courtyard, took out 2 jade small wine bottles, and showed them off. He said, This immortal remembrance jade brew is of the highest grade among wine. In this city, Only Fu Yunjing, that old man, knows how to brew it. I pestered him endlessly before getting 6 bottles from him. Today, if not to entertain this elder brother, I wouldn't bear to drink. Yi Yuan said with a smile, elder brother entertaining like this, wouldn't it put Yi Yuan to shame? Hey, what's there to be ashamed around? To be able to make friends with younger brother, I'm more than happy. Come, come, come. Quickly taste it. As he said, Wu Xian was just about to pour the wine for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was stupefied and said, drinking it like this? This time, it was Wu Xian's turn to be in a daze. He asked, not drinking like this? How else can it be drunk? Yi Yuan chuckled and said, old brother secured this immortal remembrance jade brew, but you don't know its drinking method. Isn't it a waste? Wu Xian said in surprise, hearing the meaning of younger brother's words, you've drunk this immortal remembrance jade brew before? According to what I know, in this endless world, it seems like only Fu Yunjing, that old man, knows how to brew this wine. Hang on, you talk about how this wine should be drunk first. Yi Yuan said with a smile, the immortal remembrance jade brew has a total of 5 grades, low grade, middle grade, high grade, top grade, as well as the highest level heaven grade. According to the difference in level, the wine will not be entirely the same too. Yi Yuan brought the tiny wine bottle to his nose and sniffed before continuing. This bottle of immortal remembrance jade brew should be a low grade. It should be matched with wine cups made from southern sandalwood to be able to bring out the taste. Oh, why is this so? Wu Xian had a curious look as if he had discovered a new continent. As far as he knew, Fu Yunjing, that old punk, indeed still had even better immortal remembrance jade brew, but had never been willing to take it out to show others, let alone say asking for it. After Wu Xian drank a low-grade immortal remembrance jade brew once at Fu Yunjing's place, he could not forget that taste anymore. Hence, he ran over daily to beg Fu Yunjing for a few bottles. At first, Fu Yunjing still did not agree. Later, through Wu Xian's hard and soft tactics and his incessant pestering, he finally could not take it and Wu Xian 6 bottles. Yet, he had never heard before that drinking this immortal remembrance jade brew actually had so many details to pay attention to. The fragrance that southern sandalwood gives off when mingled together with this wine will make the flavor even stronger when it enters your mouth. Furthermore, low-grade immortal remembrance jade brew still has some impurities. Cups constructed out of southern sandalwood can slightly cleanse these impurities, making the taste of the immortal remembrance jade brew even more fragrant. Yi Yuan explained, there's actually such attention to detail. Cups made from southern sandalwood. I actually have them here. It's just that I thought all along that jade material wine cups are more suited for the immortal remembrance jade brew, and that wood material cups will spoil the taste of the immortal remembrance jade brew. Hence, I've never used it to drink. Today, hearing younger brother say this, I really have to give it a try. Wu Xian ran into the room. Soon enough, he really brought out 2 wooden cups. Pouring the wine in, Wu Xian moved the cup in front of his face and sniffed. His eyes involuntarily lit up. It's really more fragrant compared to before. Following that, he sipped a mouthful of wine. A look as if he was walking on clouds immediately appeared on his face, like he was really comfortable to the max. Wu Xian did not speak. He just took a sip one after another in this manner and drank this cup of wine entirely in just a short while. Yi Yuan smiled. Likewise, he picked up his cup but down it all at once. This low-grade, immortal remembrance jade liquid, Yi Yuan simply could not be bothered to savor the wine. In his previous life, what Yi Yuan drank were all heaven-grade immortal remembrance jade liquid. The taste was on a completely different level from this low-grade one. He placed the cup on the table and gave Yi Yuan a big thumbs up as he praised, using southern sandalwood cups to hold the wine, the taste and flavor improved at least 10% from before. Younger brother, you're truly impressive. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Elder brother, don't make fun of me. Little brother, I merely just happen to know it. That's all. But Wu Xian said with a laugh, as far as I know it, in this endless forest, only Fu Yunjing alone knows how to brew this wine. He also accidentally obtained this secret recipe in a cave somewhere when he was wandering the endless forest in his early years. That secret formula also stated that the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew is divided into 5 grades. It's just that the secret recipe only had the brewing method for the low grade on it. The middle grade's brewing method was incomplete. I see that younger brother seems to be very familiar with this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew. Could it be that you've drunk this wine before in the past? Yi Yuan knew that Wu Xian was trying to understand his background by beating around the bush, so he said with a smile, not only have I drank it before, I even know how to brew it. If elder brother is interested, I can pass this low-grade brewing method to elder brother. Wu Xian nearly jumped up when he heard that and said excitedly, is younger brother for real? Yi Yuan said with a smile, look at what you're saying. Would I scam elder brother? That's great. Ha ha. Fu Yunjing, that old fellow, is always showing off his Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew in front of me. Wait until I brew this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew. See if he still dares to show off in front of me. Wu Xian was like a kid in a fit of pique right now, Wisconsin H. Plussing to run in front of Fu Yunjing to posture around right away. Seems like Wu Xian had most likely been nursing grievances in front of that Fu Yunjing for a very long time. Thinking about it, that was right. This low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew was naturally not considered much in Yi Yuan's eyes. But in the endless world, it was a top-grade fine wine. Fu Yunjing possessing such a secret recipe and showing it off a bit in front of his companions was also human nature. Furthermore, it seemed like that Fu Yunjing and Wu Xian were both people who loved alcohol greatly. Otherwise, Wu Xian could not possibly have Southern Sandalwood wine cups here. This low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew's brewing method seems to have some flaws. The taste doesn't seem to be very orthodox. Elder brother, when you use my method to brew this wine, I presume that the taste should be able to be improved tremendously, Yi Yuan said with a smile. While Yi Yuan and Wu Xian, the two of them were drinking wine and having a good talk, Chao Feng currently had his nose pointed at by Chao Zheng, and the former was being scolded severely. You fool! You knew perfectly well that that boy is the honored guest that the 3 sects and Rin Xingchuan invited, and you actually dared to use this kind of method to provoke him. Are you going to squander away all the reputation that my Chao family has garnered for thousands of years? If the 1,000 query wall collapses, my Chao family will no longer have the opportunity to rise up again. Do you understand? How many times have I told you, don't hang out with those riffraff friends. Place your sights on Rendong. If you're unable to Serpa S him, my Chao family will continue to be suppressed by the Ren family. Chao Zheng had a face like he had expected better from him. Clearly, he was greatly exasperated by Chao Feng. The swelling on Chao Feng's face had long subsided, but that 5-fingerprint mark still remained on his face. Being reproached badly by Chao Zheng at this time, how could he dare to talk back? Chao Zheng scolded for a long time before saying fiercely, tomorrow you bring along gifts and personally go to Fengya Pavilion to apologize to Yi Yuan. You must get his forgiveness. Otherwise, if he throws a tantrum and doesn't take part in the endless meet the day after tomorrow, you'll be smacked to death by Qin Hongtao, the 3 of them. Chapter 516, At the City Lord Manor. At the City Lord Manor, a bout of wild laughter came from inside Rundong's pill refining room. Ha ha ha. I finally succeeded. I finally succeeded. Run Dong looked at a transcendent grade tier, one medicinal pill in his hand in a frenzied state. Turns out that lesser phaseless art can really refine transcendent grade medicinal pills. Looks like I, this high-ranked quasi-alchemy king, am utterly unworthy of the tea. Even the lesser phaseless art can refine transcendent grade medicinal pills. It can be seen that along the way, I've missed out too many things. Yi Yuan, you this master, I'm acknowledging you for sure. Run Dong sucked in a deep breath and muttered under his breath. Bang! Run Dong opened the pill refining room's door and ran out like a gust of wind. Little Dong, where are you doing? A kind-sounding voice was heard, stopping Run Dong. Aunt, I'm going out to do something important. I'll come and pay respects to Aunt after I return. I'm going first. Run Dong's footsteps did not even stop and directly dashed out far away. This child! The woman gave a melancholic sigh. If Yi Yuan were here, he would surely be happy. This woman was exactly the mother that he yearned for day and night. Ren Hongling. Sigh. I also don't know how Yuan-er is like as of late. He's no longer who he was now. He should be living very well, right? Ren Hongling murmured to herself. Ren Hongling was grounded by Run Xingchuan and was only permitted to move about within the tall walls. There were only two people on her mind. One was the Yi Hang, who was imprisoned by Run Xingchuan. The other was naturally her son, Yi Yuan. In her home, the person Ren Hongling liked the most was Run Dong, this nephew, because every time she saw Run Dong, it was as if seeing Yi Yuan. She came to find Run Dong today because she wanted to make him go and beg her father, Run Xingchuan, again to let him spare Yi Hang, who knew that Ren Dong was in a rush and directly ran off. Ren Hongling was helpless and could only go back. Chao Fong followed the servants into Feng Ye Pavilion one step at a time. When he had just entered the backyard, he heard a hearty laughter. Ha ha ha! With this recipe, the expression on Fu Yunjing, that old punk's face, will definitely be very interesting to look at. He keeps the immortal remembrance jade brew recipe like a treasure, showing off in front of me every day. This time, I'll see how he still show off. Wu Xian said with a big laugh. Hearing Yi Yuan say that he had the recipe, Wu Xian directly drank and finished the 6 bottles of low-grade immortal remembrance jade brew with Yi Yuan yesterday. He came to find Yi Yuan today to get the recipe. Elder brother, this low-grade immortal remembrance jade brew isn't considered much. It only needs half a month to finish fermenting, but it won't do for brewing the middle-grade one. For the middle-grade quality, it needs half a year. Anyhow, you gather the ingredients according to the recipes that I gave you. After half a year, forget about that Fu Yunjing. Even Lord Chairman will probably come to request from you as well, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Upon hearing this middle-grade immortal remembrance jade brew, Wu Xian's saliva almost drooled down. According to what Yi Yuan said, the taste of the middle-grade immortal remembrance jade brew Serpa said the low-grade won by 10 times. The low-grade was already so delicious. What will the taste of that middle grade be like? Thinking about it made people long for it endlessly. Young Master Yi Yuan, the Chao family's 3rd young master, is here. Let him come in then. Call Grand Elder Sky Maple over to, Yi Yuan casually instructed. Chao Fong came before Yi Yuan with a nasty look. He never could have thought that Yi Yuan would actually address Master Wu Xian with such great familiarity. Wu Fong City was an alchemy sovereign expert. His status in Wu Fong City carried weight. He himself always observed a pupil's manners in front of Wu Xian, but Yi Yuan could already address him like brothers. Yi Yuan, yesterday's matters, it was my wrong. Please forgive me. Chow Fong contorted his face and stammered as he said to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan shot him a glance and said indifferently, "You didn't do anything to me. Whether I forgive or not doesn't matter. As long as Grand Elder Sky Maple can forgive you, I have nothing to say. Every injustice had its perpetrator, every debt its debtor. Yi Yuan was not a petty person. He only wanted to get justice on Sky Maple's behalf. If Sky Maple really suffered some serious injuries, Yi Yuan naturally would not let Chow Fong off easily. But Sky Maple only suffered some hearts. I plus PS yesterday, and did not receive any substantial wounds. Since Chow Fong paid a visit to apologize, this matter was also considered to have Pa-S said. Of course, it was also Yi Yuan reaching there in a timely manner. Or else, if he were too late, what would have happened was really hard to say. While talking, Sky Maple just happened to be called out too. The main guy is here. Whether he forgives you or not will depend on your sincerity, Yi Yuan said coolly. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Sky Maple immediately understood what was going on. He could not help looking at Yi Yuan in surprise. A colossal giant, like the Chow family, would actually apologize to a little alchemy king like him. This had to be said to be immense face for Sky Maple. Chow Fong gritted his teeth and lowered his head as he bowed towards Sky Maple. He said, Chow Fong was impulsive yesterday and offended Elder Sky Maple. Elder, please don't blame. As he said, Chow Fong held a storage ring in his palm and said, inside this storage ring are 100,000 high-grade essence crystals and also some healing medicinal pills. Chow Fong hopes to compensate for the mistake made yesterday. Sky Maple looked at Yi Yuan. He saw Yi Yuan nodded slightly. Sky Maple then said, forget it, this matter is over. Chow Fong was overjoyed when he heard that and could not help turning his head to look at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan took over the storage ring from Chow Fong's hands and said, Third young master Chow, don't blame me for shooting my mouth. People like Mao Yuanji, you'd best hang out with them less. Otherwise, there will come a day where you'll suffer a huge loss. Chow Fong nodded repeatedly and was just about to withdraw, but he saw Run Dong dash inside like a gust of wind. Master, I did it, Master. Run Dong's person had yet to arrive, and his voice reached already. While talking, Run Dong already came before Yi Yuan and said with an excited look, Master, I did it. Now you can take me in as a disciple, right? Chow Fong could not help jumping in fright when he heard Run Dong's words. What? You want to acknowledge him as your master? When Run Dong heard that, he was stunned too. Chow Fong, why are you here too? Chow Fong had yet to speak when Run Dong's expression changed as he said, You aren't trying to acknowledge Yi Yuan as your master too, right? You're not allowed to vie for master with me. Humph, I'm telling you, even if master agrees to take you in, I'm also your senior. Chow Fong was thrown in confusion by Run Dong. Even his brain was somewhat short-circuited. Run Dong's strength was even greater than his, and he even had a peak alchemy sovereign grandfather. He actually wanted to acknowledge Yi Yuan as master. Yi Yuan scolded with a smile when he heard that, What nonsense is this? Chow Fong came to find me for other matters. You said that you can do it, but seeing is believing. However, this Fong, your pavilion doesn't seem to have pill refining rooms. Elder brother Wu Xian, is it fine to borrow your pill refining room to use? Wu Xian was also secretly alarmed by the side. A few days ago, Run Dong was still at loggerheads with Yi Yuan. Now, he actually wanted to acknowledge him as his master. Wu Xian's thinking was around the same as Chow Fong's. Although Yi Yuan's talent seemed to be very monstrous, Run Dong had a peak alchemy sovereign grandfather behind him. Could it be that he still needed to acknowledge other people as his master? Hearing Yi Yuan's request, Wu Xian nodded and said, "No problem." Wu Xian was also very curious how Yi Yuan was going to test Rendong. Chapter 517, inside Wu Xian's pill refining room. It was already packed with people currently. Inside Wu Xian's pill refining room, it was already packed with people currently. When Xiao Ruyan heard that Yi Yuan was going to test Rendong, she was full of reluctance, but insisted on following over no matter what. Meanwhile, Chao Feng was also very curious, following over at the behest of supernatural power, causing him unable to resist. Yi Yuan naturally noticed it, but did not say anything either. When Wu Xian saw the materials Rendong picked, he could not help being stupefied. He said, "Younger brother Yi, why did he choose all Tier 1 medicinal herbs? Isn't the threshold of your acceptance test too low?" Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Elder brother, you watch first. You'll know in a while." This Rendong still has some comprehension abilities. To think that he could achieve it so quickly, looking at how both of his eyes are bloodshot, presumably he didn't even shut his eyes these few days. How could the acceptance test that Yi Yuan set up be achieved so easily, even for the lowest level lesser phaseless art, wanting to reach the standards of refining transcendent grade tier 1 medicinal pills? Those with slightly better talent also needed around half a month's time of bitter training. Those with poorer natural endowments might not even find the knack to refining at all. Just as Yi Yuan predicted, Rendong did not rest for a single second these few days. From morning to night, he was immersed in the pill refining room for the sake of completing the acceptance test as soon as possible. Furthermore, for this lesser phaseless art to reach the level of refining transcendent grade medicinal pills, it was not achievable with just bitter training as well. If there were not Yi Yuan's demonstration, Rendong could not possibly find the trick to it so quickly either. He had been recalling the scenario of Yi Yuan refining pills barehandedly these few days, contrasting it continuously. That was why he could understand the secret so quickly. It was just because the lesser phaseless art was too simple and practically did not have much skill content. That was why Rendong could reach such standard in a few days. But for Rendong to be able to reach this level, it also showed that his talent surpa. As said others, in Yi Yuan's perspective, Rendong's alchemy talent should be even higher than Xiao Ruyan's. Everyone all looked at Rendong very curiously, wanting to see just what a thing this acceptance test was. Although Rendong was very tired, he was currently in a state of extreme stimulation. Yi Yuan opened a window for him, letting him see a great path linking to the heaven. To alchemists, there was nothing more exciting than this. All the preparations were in place. Rendong said to Yi Yuan with an excited face, "Master, watch closely." When Rendong made his move, everybody could not help staring wide-eyed. "Lesser phaseless art. Younger brother, what kind of medicine are you selling in your gourd here?" Wu Xian was completely baffled, using the lesser phaseless art as the acceptance test. How low was this threshold? Even alchemy grandmasters, when taking disciples, could not possibly use this as the evaluation too. "Ho-ho, elder brother, carry on watching. This boy is quite interesting," Yi Yuan said as he behaved like a senior. It was naturally quite interesting. Rendong only used 3 days and actually touched upon the threshold of the legendary realm. Looks like his conditions were really decent. The legendary realm was only normal to Yi Yuan, but to others it was not something that simple. Furthermore, it was simply not possible for there to be people who would devote time and energy into the lesser phaseless art to reach the legendary realm. Any refining technique would have very impressive effects after reaching the legendary realm. The lesser phaseless art was no exception either. Of course, that effect was only aimed at Tier 1 medicinal pills. Qiao Fong looked at Ren Dong with a face full of contempt. This fellow's brain isn't spoiled, right? That Yi Yuan is clearly fooling him. He actually took it seriously. A quasi-alchemy king acknowledging another quasi-alchemy king as his master. Really comedic enough. Qiao Fong was criticizing Ren Dong incessantly in his heart. Qiao Fong did not doubt Yi Yuan's alchemy standards, because his performance in front of the 1,000-query wall already indicated everything. At least, Yi Yuan's theoretical standards were pretty high, making disciple acceptance test Tier 1 medicinal pills and Tier 1 alchemy techniques. What was this if not being a joke? Refinement of Tier 1 medicinal pills did not take too much time. Ren Dong finished refining very quickly. Condense. Ren Dong gave a light cry. The medicinal pill was done. Master, you come and evaluate it. Ren Dong came in front of Yi Yuan and said fawningly. Yi Yuan nodded with a smile and said, "Not too bad. But the lesser phaseless art is just an entry-level alchemy skill. There are still many areas that you need to learn. Next, your task is to use the greater phaseless art to refine a transcendent-grade medicinal pill." Greater phaseless art. Ren Dong still did not come around for a moment, but Xiao Ruyan could not carry on watching by the side. Silently, she reproached Ren Dong daintily. "You dunce head!" Still not hurrying over to acknowledge master. Ren Dong came to a realization. His face revealed wild elation as he kneeled on the ground with a thud. He exclaimed, "Master is high above. Please accept a bow from disciple. Get up. In the future, Ruyan is your senior apprentice sister. I don't have many rules under me, but there are several points that you have to remember." Yi Yuan said coolly. "Master, please say." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Mustn't defy orders and be unfilial. Mustn't commit crimes in violation of the law. Other things, free rein. If I discover that you all did something that goes against the heaven and reason, I'll personally cripple you guys. Ruyan, same for you too." "Yes, master. Disciple will definitely bear it in mind." Ren Dong hurriedly said. "Disciple understands." Xiao Ruyan also did not dare to have a cheeky smile when she saw how solemn Yi Yuan said it. Being around Yi Yuan for a long time, Xiao Ruyan more or less also grasped Yi Yuan's disposition a little clearer. Majority of the time, it was fine no matter how she joked around. But once Yi Yuan became serious, then it was not that fun anymore. However, Xiao Ruyan did not have much evil thoughts in her heart. Such rules were actually dispensable to her. She did not take it to heart too much either. "Younger brother Yi, you were saying earlier, using the lesser phaseless art to refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills. It was only after seeing that they finished acknowledging master-disciple relations." I plus P did Wu Xian ask Yi Yuan in amazement. "That's right. This was the entry test that I gave Ren Dong." Yi Yuan said smilingly. "Hiss. Let me take a look." Wu Xian opened the medicinal cauldron and took out that medicinal pill. It was indeed transcendent grade, without a sham. Using lesser phaseless art can actually refine transcendent grade medicinal pills. Except, what use does this have? Wu Xian asked puzzledly. Transcendent grade tier 1 medicinal pills could be refined using high-tier alchemy skills too. There wasn't anything impressive. Although using lesser phaseless art to refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills exceeded Wu Xian's expectations. In his view here, it was pointless. With so much time to research a Tier 1 alchemy skill, why not spend the time on higher-tier alchemy skills? Qiao Fong was also very disdainful inwardly. It was just that he did not dare to make a sound. Hearing Wu Xian question at this time, he perked his ears up too, wanting to hear how Yi Yuan was going to explain. Yi Yuan said with a smile, One will never achieve their goals without doing things one step at a time. This lineage of mine, what it attaches the highest importance to isn't garish alchemy skills, but it is laying a solid foundation. Don't look down on Tier 1, Tier 2 alchemy skills. Even high-tier alchemy skills were born from these low-tier alchemy skills too. Researching low-tier alchemy skills thoroughly, then cultivating high-tier alchemy skills will have the effect of half the effort and twice the results. Wu Xian shook his head and said, "It's just that this way, it will expend huge effort. The loss outweighs the gain." Yi Yuan did not answer Wu Xian's words, but he asked Rendong, "Do you feel that the loss outweighs the gain?" Rendong shook his head very affirmatively and said, "Absolutely not." Chapter 5:18 Rendong was not sucking up. Rendong was not sucking up. When he trained the lesser phaseless art close to the legendary realm, he actually discovered that he had many new comprehensions. Back then, when he had just come into contact with alchemy, he had many things that he did not notice, all the way until today where it suddenly dawned upon him. He discovered just how unstable his own foundation was. Yi Yuan being able to freely refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills was indeed not coincidental. Recalling the words that Yi Yuan said when he was acknowledging him as his master, Rendong only came to realize the truth now. Rendong believed that as long as he continued walking down the path which Yi Yuan designated, he would definitely discover a new continent. Of course, to most people, doing this was a pointless effort, because they did not have a master like Yi Yuan. Without Yi Yuan's personal demonstration, Rendong could not possibly have touched upon the threshold of the legendary realm too. The lesser phaseless art was just the most basic entry-level refining technique. The higher the tier of the refining technique, the more challenging it naturally was to want to reach this step as well. Without the guidance of a great teacher who had a profound understanding, they might never find where the legendary realm was throughout their lives. Chao Feng curled his mouth. He was clearly very condescending towards Rendong's excuse. Wu Xian knew that it was not that there weren't people who wanted to train the basic alchemy skills to an extremely high realm, but without any exception, they all took too many detours. Those alchemists who were originally around the same realm as them had flung those people who researched alchemy skills that way several streets behind. Wu Xian initially wanted to persuade Yi Yuan a little, but upon recalling Yi Yuan's performance, he swallowed the words at this throat back down. Yi Yuan, this alchemy emperor, naturally had more authority to speak regarding laying down a foundation or speed-walking this sort of issue. He knew that Wu Xian and the rest all did not believe. But the moment when Rendong soared to the skies in a single leap, they would surely have a completely new appraisal of this matter. With Rendong's talent, this day might not need too long. The following 2 days, Rendong practically immersed in studying beside Yi Yuan, while Yi Yuan did not hide anything either. He demonstrated the greater phaseless art's legendary realm once for Rendong to see. Rendong's talent was indeed remarkable. He actually comprehended some knack to it very quickly, but very clearly the speed of him comprehending the greater phaseless art was no longer as quick as the lesser phaseless art. And right at this time, all the Tans in the northern domain finally gathered at Wufang City. The endless meet officially convened in the City Lord Manor. In the main hall, all seats were occupied, and those people who were seated, the weakest had middle-stage divine traversing realm strength. For seats were arranged on the left-hand most side. Sitting there were respectively Ren Xingchuan and the 3 sex-old ancestors. They were evidently the northern domain's pinnacle existences, and sitting to their right were not those late-stage divine traversing realm experts, but an unknown sea transformation realm youth. This youth was naturally Yi Yuan. The big shots present quite a few people brought the juniors that they were most proud of over. It was just that those juniors all stood behind them with their hands by the sides. Very clearly, in such an apex meeting, they did not have a chance to speak. Even Qin Yan, Gua Taochuan, and Yin Yanhua were all by the side too. Only Yi Yuan, this young person, sat very conspicuous. Many people had not met nor heard of Yi Yuan before either. Him sitting naturally incurred many interested gazes. Regarding this kind of focused looks, Yi Yuan was very calm. The previous life's Ji Qingyun had experienced countless great spectacles. Such a small occasion was simply too substandard to show in public. Everyone got in their seats. Ning Yixian was the first to speak. Everyone, time is tight. This Ning won't blabber any more nonsense either. Today, we convened everybody to discuss the major issue of how to respond to the fierce Gale world's invasion. Several thousand years ago, the Endless World had the Grand Yen True Sect, this extraordinarily powerful sect, to seal the Realm Pa-S Sageway. But now, not that this Ning is belittling our capabilities, but we might not be the Grand Yen True Sect's match even by combining our three sects' power. Hence, our situation has already reached an extremely grim state. And the most terrifying thing is that we know absolutely nothing about the fierce Gale world. Their strength, their plans, their habits, we don't understand anything at all. Now, everybody state their views. What else can be done? When soldiers come, use a general to hold them off. When the water rises, use dirt to keep it back. I don't believe that their fierce Gale world martial artists can still have 3 heads and 6 arms, exclaimed someone immediately the moment Ning Yixian's voice faded. And those with such views were not in the minority. Once these words came out, there were people concurring straight away. I've seen before some fierce Gale world records in some ancient records. It's said that that small world has Gale winds blowing all year round. It's completely a place where not even GRAS would grow. This kind of barbaric land. How many experts could there even be? That's right. Our endless world is abundant in resources. The martial artist's strength and realm are also extremely formidable. To really compete in martial strength, it's impossible for us to lose to them. Just a bunch of motley crew. In my view, our northern domain's various sects should join hands and send a group of elite forces and directly take down the southern domain. Don't they have a boundless realm expert? As long as we take down the southern domain and send array masters to secure the Realm Pa-S Sageway and not let them reinforce the array formation, the endless world will be safe and sound. Speaking to the back, the fierce Gale world martial artists directly became a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. It was seemingly like SLAs. Plus-ing a blade over, and everyone's heads would hit the ground. When Yi Yuan heard these words, he seriously could not hold back and let out a SN. 1 G-G-E-R. With this SN, 1 G-G-E-R, there were immediately people who were unhappy. Where are you from, boy? To actually dare jeer at us? Said a middle-stage divine traversing realm sect master with an unkind look. He also knew that such an occasion absolutely would not arrange the seats wrongly. This sea transformation realm boy surely had an extraordinary background, but being derided by a junior like this, he was still rather displeased. It was just that he was more reserved when speaking and did not dare to overly offend those 4 on top. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a laugh, "Earlier, old ancestor Ning already said, we're absolutely ignorant about the fierce Gale world. Also don't know where your confidence came from. To dare belittle them like so, if there weren't an endless forest obstructing there, we'd probably have lost half of the world already. You guys are actually still in the mood to brag here. Truly don't know what you're talking about." That sect master being mocked by Yi Yuan could not quite preserve his face. If it weren't because of the faces of the four people on top, he would most likely fly off the handle long ago. But at this time, he said solemnly, "This war has yet to be fought, and you're boosting other people's morale and lowering your own? According to what you say, could those fierce-scale world people really have 3 heads and 6 arms? Not to the extent of 3 heads and 6 arms. However, to talk about combat strength, they mustn't be underestimated. If it's as you all said earlier, the endless world won't be far from annihilation, either," Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. "Ha! Talking as if you've seen it with your own eyes. Doesn't that fierce-scale world have just one boundless realm expert? As long as we don't let him come over, how strong can they get?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. "You nailed it. Not only have I seen before fierce-scale world martial artists, but I've also even been to the fierce-scale world. Not even preparing a draft when you brag. With just your meager strength, you can still return unscathed after really going to the fierce-scale world," said that sect master with a cold smile. Those 4 on top did not seem to hear anything, and let Yi Yuan and the rest bicker at their own discretion. Chapter 519. Everybody seemed to have discovered the 4 Titans unpartic. I.P. Ativ ATTI.tudes. They all could not refrain from criticizing Yi Yuan one after another. Everybody seemed to have discovered the 4 Tans unpartic. 1. P. Ativ ATTI.tudes. They all could not refrain from criticizing Yi Yuan one after another. "Don't know what you're talking about. The 2 worlds only pa-s. Sageway is guarded by the fierce-scale world. With just the likes of your strength, you can escape from the fierce-scale world. Young man, don't come out to posture just because you have some strength. Some bragging shouldn't be done. It's easy to unravel the truth. Turns out that you've been to the fierce-scale world. I wonder if you brought back some local specialties from the fierce-scale world." Ha ha ha. The group of people chortled loudly, mocking Yi Yuan bragging too substandardly in succession. When they saw Yi Yuan sitting in that position, they originally felt displeased already. At this time, they happened to catch one of Yi Yuan's slip-ups and was naturally unwilling to let it go. Right then, the profound Sun sect master, Wu Rong, opposite Yi Yuan, said with a smile, "This little brother, one mustn't joke around in this occasion today. You said that you've been to the fierce-scale world. You got to prove it a little, right? Mere lip service. I can also say that I've been to the fierce-scale world. Would you believe me?" The profound Sun sect was a great sect second only to the 3 sects. Wu Rong's strength was extremely daunting as well. If Yi Yuan were not here today, it should be Wu Rong sitting in his position. The one who previously found fault with Yi Yuan was actually the profound Sun sect's subsidiary faction. The Northern Domain's sects stood in great numbers. There tend to be subsidiaries between factions. To want to cast off the fate of being a subsidiary, there had to at least be a late-stage divine traversing realm expert holding down the fort in the sect. And this Wu Rong was a 9th-level divine traversing realm experts. Compared to the great circle divine traversing realm old ancestors from the 3 sects, he was also just marginally weaker. But this difference of a margin was as far apart as heaven and earth. In a small world, like the endless world, after cultivating to the divine, traversing realm, every step trod out was tremendously arduous. From the 9th-level divine traversing realm to the great circle of divine traversing realm did not seem to have a big gap, but this step was immensely hard to stride out. This was the restrictions of heaven and earth regulations. Mortals had no way of transcending, and from the great circle of divine traversing realm to shattering the void and achieving boundless, this step was even as hard as ascending to the heavens. Hence, while the endless world's divine traversing realm experts were many, Those who could genuinely ascend to the divine traversing realm was scanty few. Even for the level of experts like the three-sex-old ancestors, wanting to stride out this step was extremely difficult too. Wu Rong, not daring to say much to the three-sex-old ancestors, and Ren Xingchuan did not mean that he did not dare to make things difficult for Yi Yuan, just a junior. Could it be that the three-sex really dared to make a move on him? Let alone, this junior simply had no idea what he was saying. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "You guys laugh at me for saying nonsense, but I laugh at you for being innocent and clueless. If they didn't have confidence, how could the fierce Gale world dare to take such actions? You people want proof, right? I'll show you." Lan Feng's figure suddenly appeared beside Yi Yuan. Everyone's faces changed when they saw the situation. Spatial spirit artifact. Even Wu Rong, when seeing this action of Yi Yuan's, his gaze revealed a burning heat. However, his fervent heat subsided very quickly. Since Yi Yuan dared to take this out in a flagrant manner, he was obviously not afraid of them, and ATC hing it away. There was even the possibility that this spatial spirit artifact was given by one of those four beside him. This person is the slave I took in when I was in the fierce Gale world. Everyone is a divine traversing realm expert. You just have to slightly inspect his divine soul. And you'll know, Yi Yuan said coolly. These people investigated Lan Feng's divine soul and discovered that it was indeed slightly different from endless world martial artists. They could not help becoming astonished. Although these people knew that the fierce Gale world already occupied the southern domain, they had yet to see fierce Gale world martial artists before. Seeing Lan Feng at this time, they all could not help sizing him up curiously. Is this a fierce Gale world martial artist? Looks very normal. What? Yeah, what can a puny little fourth level C transformation show? Hoo-hoo, look at his manner of dressing up. Simply be, you, kin to the max. If fierce Gale world martial artists are all like this, then wouldn't our endless world win for sure? Another wave of loud laughter, but Yi Yuan did not smile. He just said nonchalantly, "Everybody is a leader of a sect and naturally look down upon a puny little fierce Gale world C transformation. However, I released Lan Feng out to let you all witness the strength of a fierce Gale world martial artist." Yi Yuan briefly swept a glance over these divine traversing realm experts and asked, "I wonder which senior's progeny just happens to be at the 4th level C transformation realm. You can come up to exchange moves with Lan Feng." Yi Yuan's momentum was pressuring. The intent of provocation was very clear. 4th level C transformation versus 4th level C transformation. And, body could find fault. Wu Rong saw the situation and gave a look to a middle-stage divine traversing realm subordinate influence. That person understood and opened his mouth to say, "Fei-er, you go up to accompany him to play then. Remember, go easy." A young man behind him fell out of the ranks and said with a haughty look, "Yes, martial ancestor." "Finus. H.I. Plussing talking." The young man came before Lan Feng with a bound. This youth's name was called Song Fei, similarly a 4th level C transformation. His strength was also at the top of the list within his sect. To be able to be brought by old ancestor by his side this time, his position could be imagined. Lan Feng still had that attire from the fierce Gale world, vastly different from the endless world. Furthermore, just as those people said, simply AB, you kin to the max. One look, and it was like from an unorthodox background. How could he be comparable to a sex elite disciple like Song Fei? Hee, I want to take a look if the fierce Gale world's martial artists are really as formidable as he says. Song Fei said with a cold laugh. Lan Feng had a blank look and completely did not take Song Fei's provocation to heart. he said indifferently. Just try and you'll know. Finished talking, Lan Feng's figure suddenly vanished from where he stood. Song Fei's expression changed. He did not think that Lan Feng's speed was actually so swift. He wanted to make a move, but it was already too late. He could only hastily put up a pas, civ defense. Boom. Song Fei was smashed flying out several hundred feet by Lan Feng's one punch. No long-winded words, nor any complacency either. Lan Feng was unforgiving when he gained the momentum, his fists pummeling towards Song Fei like a torrential storm. The match between Sea Transformation Realm was totally not worth mentioning in the eyes of these big shots. But at this very moment, their brows involuntarily knitted together tightly. Although Lan Feng had the suspicion of surprise attacking, those skills were not fake. His speed was abnormal, and his fist art was exceedingly swift and fierce and bizarre. Absolutely proficient in combat, the two people exchanged over 100 moves in a twinkle. The more these big shots watched, the more alarmed they became, including those 4 people above. This was also Ning Yixian's and the others' first time seeing Lan Feng. They didn't think that a slave which Yi Yuan brought under control actually had such combat power. These people's horizons were usually high. Through these two persons' face-off, they could tell that Lan Feng's concept comprehension was a little worse off compared to Song Fei. But his combat experience was exceptionally abundant. Moreover, regarding the utilization of concepts, the concepts were integrated into his bones. After 100 moves, Lan Feng relied on that initial-most advantage and steadily took the upper hand. Lan Feng's combat experience was exceedingly plentiful and totally did not give Song Fei any chance at all. Compared to Lan Feng, Song Fei was like a fledgling who was still lacking some level of attainment towards combat. Boom. Another 100 overmoves said. Lan Feng finally caught one of Song Fei's dead spots and blasted Song Fei flying with one punch. Chapter 5, 20. All those present were dead silent. All those present were dead silent. Lan Feng's performance utterly shocked these divine traversing realm experts. That match earlier, apart from that surprise attack in the beginning, there was not the slightest bit of resorting to trickery. And Song Fei himself not being focused was a great taboo in combat by itself. And, body would pity failures. Song Fei was an elite from a very formidable sect in the northern domain. He actually lost to this kin to the Max Fierce Gale world martial artist. Could it be that the strength of the Fierce Gale world's martial artists were all so formidable? These big shots all had tightly locked eyebrows. The expression on their faces had unspeakable graveness. Who can't even beat my slave, just who is boasting? Are you people sure that you can beat back those divine traversing realms from the Fierce Gale world with just the likes of you people? Yi Yuan derided. This time, that group of people who taunted the most enthusiastically at first all sensibly shut their mouths. They were still clamoring previously, saying that the Fierce Gale world martial artists would crumble in one blow. And now, this slap was flung really resoundingly. But Wu Rong was unresigned and said in a solemn voice, "Was this slave of yours tampered with? Or perhaps he's an extremely powerful existence among the Fierce Gale world martial artists." Wu Rong's question was also the question that everybody was concerned with. A martial artist being powerful was not scary. What was frightening was everyone being this powerful. If the Fierce Gale world martial artists were all this formidable, then the Endless World was really in danger. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Although this slave of mine has some strength within the same realm, he's absolutely not considered powerful. At the very most, he's also just average standard. If you don't believe, you can feel free to carry on with those plans earlier and directly charge over to exterminate the Southern Domain's Fierce Gale world martial artists." Yi Yuan's words were like a series of thunders. Extinguish. Plussing everybody's hopes. Yi Yuan was not exaggerating just to scare people. Lan Feng's strength did not count as too impressive in the fierce Gale world. The Lan family brothers not being able to withstand a single hit in front of Yi Yuan did not mean that they could also be finished off in one blow in front of the other Endless World martial artists. Back then, in the mystic realm, Mei Zhan and the heavenly sky sex Wu Zhao were both not the Lan brothers' match, and Mei Zhan's and Wu Zhao's strength were absolutely not the slightest bit inferior compared to this Song Fei. Hence, Song Fei losing was also something within reason. Yi Yuan, your meaning is that the fierce Gale world martial artist strength as a whole is a level higher compared to our endless world. Ning Yixian asked gravely. Yi Yuan nodded and said, what everyone said earlier wasn't wrong. The fierce Gale world is scarce in resources. Regions with powerful gale winds. Even the Wind Emperor won't dare to enter. But it's also precisely because of this kind of environment that resulted to the fierce Gale world martial artists' might. Yi Yuan spoke with fervor and assurance, picking out some of the fierce Gale world information to say, leaving their brows locked even tighter. In accordance with what Yi Yuan said, the fierce Gale world martial artist's comprehension towards the concept of wind was innate. Practically every martial artist would have very deep comprehension in the concept of wind. Hence, the fierce Gale world martial artist's movement speed was much greater than the endless world's. Furthermore, with the tempering of the gale winds, the martial artist's essence energy were purer. Adding in the barbarousness, the fierce Gale world martial artist's collective strength was much stronger compared to the endless world. Under such circumstances, if the endless world chose to clash head-on, it was simply without any chances of success. Ning Yixian, the four of them exchanged glances, and all saw the seriousness in the other party's eyes. They had a simple exchange with Yi Yuan yesterday, and knew that the fierce Gale world power was great. But it was also just a rough idea, far from as great as the impact from Lan Feng and Song Fei's match earlier. It was precisely because they knew that the fierce Gale world was formidable that the four of them deliberately let Yi Yuan stir up these sex leaders a little to make them not underestimate the enemy, who knew that even they themselves were astonished too. For Song Fei to be able to become a sex elite, his strength was not considered weak. But he still lost to Lan Feng. Lan Feng grasped the battle situation precisely, making everyone feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. This martial artist was simply born for fighting. If the fierce Gale world's folks were all like this, the matters at the back, they somewhat did not dare to carry on thinking. The fierce Gale world martial artist strength, I believe that everybody already has a very direct understanding. Yi Yuan did not deceive everyone. He really entered deep into the fierce Gale world before in order to rescue his fellow sect members. Now, to talk about who understands the fierce Gale world best in the entire endless world, it's none other than him. Moreover, I know that many of you view the southern domain as a barbaric land and are completely indifferent to the state of affairs there. But I want to tell you that Yi Yuan once led the southern domain's Tranquil Cloud sect and defeated the Purple Mansion sect thrice, killing 3 of the Purple Mansion sect's Soul Sea realms. This effectively slowed down their invasion. Only because of this that we managed to have our northern domains meet, or else some of those present would probably have their sects eradicated already. Ning Yixian's voice enlightened the benighted, striking everyone's hearts. Only now did these sect leaders knew that there were still so many twists and turns in between all this, and also knew what kind of person Yi Yuan was. The southern domains matters, they might be unconcerned, but the Tranquil Cloud sect's great name, many among them already came to hear of it. The Tranquil Cloud sect eradicating the heavenly evil sect domineeringly, and a sea transformation, realm boy killing the soul sea, realm Mao Yuanji. This news already spread like wildfire. Those present were all the Northern Domain's respected figures who were very well informed. They naturally knew this information. It was just that they never thought that that tranquil cloud sex youth was actually this one before their eyes. It never occurred to them that Yi Yuan already did many things for the endless world without them knowing, defeating the Purple Mansion sect thrice. How did this boy accomplish it? Truly an enigmatic existence. But Wu Rong frowned and said, "Isn't this talk a little too alarming to cause a sensation? Even if the fierce-scale world martial artist strength is formidable, we have our advantages too. These sects aren't soft persimmons that they can knead as they want either." In truth, Wu Rong's words were lacking some confidence. But a sea transformation, realm boy riding on top of his head still made him brood over it. But this time, Jing Xian said coldly, "Alarming to cause a sensation? Old man Wu, do you believe these words that you said? As far as I know, the fierce Gale world already sent out 5 peak divine traversing realm experts into the southern domain. Whether it's exaggerating things to raise the alarm or not, everybody weighs it yourselves." "What? 5 peak divine traversing realms? How is that possible?" Jing Xian's words immediately caused a stir in the crowd. Wu Rong looked at Jing Xian with a face full of disbelief. 5 peak divine traversing realms. Such strength was too scary. One had to know that the Northern Domain only had the 3 sects' old ancestors who were peak divine traversing realms. Was the current situation 3 versus 5? Ning Yixian gave Wu Rong a scornful look and said coolly, "Not possible. Do you think that these few days, the 3 of us were sitting at home doing nothing? Furthermore, the Southern Domain did not blockade information. Wanting to investigate this news isn't hard. It's just a pity that Old Hai has already been missing for a long time, and there's no news up until now. While Old Man Duan is a recluse with no fixed abode, and also secretive about his whereabouts. If the 2 of them are present, our chances of success will be much higher." Chapter 521. Hearing Ning Yixian's emotional sigh, everyone's mind quivered. Hearing Ning Yixian's emotional sigh, everyone's mind quivered. The Old Hai and Old Man Duan, from his words, were peak divine, traversing realm experts. With them around, the endless world's confidence would be much greater. Although bottom-level martial artists could unleash tremendous effects in a great war between 2 worlds, the high-level combat strength was the deciding factor which determined the direction of the war. If the fierce Gale world did not have Zhao Tianyin, the endless world would not be so fearful of the fierce Gale world either. Zhao Tianyin alone could sweep across the entire endless world. Such combat power simply made people despair. This was Yi Yuan's first time hearing that the endless world still had 2 of such experts who existed. He could not help becoming very curious. If the endless world really had 5 peak divine traversing realm experts, it more or less could be considered to have some self-preserving strength. Talking about this, Yi Yuan suddenly recalled a matter. In a small world, every world had a realm lord who existed. Zhao Tianyin was naturally the fierce Gale world's realm lord. Yi Yuan had stayed in the endless world for such a long time, but did not know who this endless world's realm lord was. Was it possible that he was one of these 2? These years, most of Old Hai's time was spent in the endless forest. Also, I don't know what is he busy with. Now that such a major incident happened, he can't possibly watch indifferently without lending a hand, right? Jing Xian said, "Yeah, Old Hai has always stayed away from scenes of contention. But the incident this time concerns the entire endless world's safety. If he deserts us on the eve of battle, that will chill the heart too bitterly," Ning Yixian said. Right at this time, an aged voice sounded out faintly, reverberating throughout the main hall. "You punks! talking behind people's backs all day long. No wonder this old man, I am always sneezing. Achoo! As he said this, that old man really gave a sneeze. Upon hearing this voice, everyone guessed who came. Who could it be but this old Hai? It was truly speaking of the devil. An old man wearing tattered hemp clothing walked into the main hall like this slowly, looking very much like an ordinary old man. When the four people on the seats of honor saw this old man, they exchanged glances, and all became extremely excited. This old man's appearance gave everybody's mind a shock. "Ha ha, old Hai, it's really you," said Qin Hong Tao once he saw old Hai. He laughed loudly. "Old Hai, you finally came back in the nick of time. Otherwise, the few of us really can't quite support the situation." Ning Yixian said. Jing Xian and Run Xingchuan did not speak, but these four people's behavior actually faintly treated old Hai as superior. And these people did not notice that at this moment, Yi Yuan was still in a state of immense shock and did not recover for a very long time. When old Hai entered, his gaze darted at Yi Yuan imperceptibly and even gave him a faint smile. At that time, Yi Yuan was dumbfounded, because he had seen this old man before. This old man was none other than precisely the stall vendor old man, Chi Hai, that Yi Yuan encountered in Breaking Dawn City. At this point, Yi Yuan could virtually confirm that Chi Hai was definitely the Endless World's realm lord. Yi Yuan's sense was very sharp. He could faintly sense that the power emitting from this Chi Hai's body was even stronger than the power from Ning Yixian trio. Only the ruler of a world could reach such an extent by gathering the destiny of a world. Very likely, this old man Chi Hai already had half a foot into the boundless realm and was only a final goal shot away. Ning Yixian trio actually faintly regarded themselves as juniors. Looks like this Chi Hai's seniority wasn't an ordinary kind of big. "Come men, add a seat for old Hai in the center of the left-hand side." Run Xingchuan instructed. Chi Hai waved his hand and said, "No need to be so troublesome. This old man, am not that particular after many things. I'll just seat here. Young chap, we meet again. You're fine if we squeeze a little, right?" When these words came out, everyone's faces changed. Old Hai actually knew Yi Yuan. These divine traversing realm experts present, each one of them wanted to cozy up to old Hai, but his elderly self's whereabouts were elusive, so they completely could not cozy up to him. Just how many days had Yi Yuan been in the northern domain? He actually knew old Hai. Furthermore, old Hai actually lowered himself to squeeze together with Yi Yuan. It could be seen that his impression of Yi Yuan was pretty decent. Just what was going on here? Yi Yuan forced a smile and said, "Old Hai's instructions. How can Yi Yuan dare to refuse?" It's just that old Hai really concealed too deeply. Back then, when old Hai saw us in peril, you actually did not even extend a hand to rescue. Chi Hai sat down beside Yi Yuan carelessly and said smilingly, "Back then, when I sold the Daughter Green GRA, S to you, I already saw your extraordinariness. In this endless world, I've yet to encounter anybody who recognized the Daughter Green GRA. S. Later, when I saw you exterminate the Jean family father and son ruthlessly, I regarded you even more highly. That Soul Sea realm, I was originally planning on finest. I plussing him off conveniently when leaving, but I didn't expect that you actually forced him out. I was watching the fight all along back then. If any accidents were to really happen, I'd naturally lend a help. Except, I never expected you could actually already execute condensing gathered essence into form at such a young age. It was truly an eye-opener for me." When Yi Yuan heard these words, he exclaimed in surprise instead, "So you knew that was Daughter Green GRA? S long ago?" Chi burst into laughter and said, "Ha ha, of course I knew. Otherwise, do you really take me for a black-hearted merchant? One stalk of quasi-tier 4 medicinal herb selling for 100 middle-grade essence crystals? The daughter green GRA. S is extremely rare. You could actually bear to sell it to me?" Yi Yuan asked doubtfully. Hoo, quasi-tier 4 medicinal herbs, no matter how rare, doesn't have much use to me either. Rather, you clearly needed it more. I'm very curious, though. What were you planning on using the daughter green GRA? S for? Chi asked with a smile. Yi Yuan smiled too and replied, "Buying medicinal herb is naturally in order to refine pills. Can't be like that Jean Peng swallowing it down, right?" Finished talking, the two people exchanged a look and both chortled with laughter. On the left-hand side, Ning Yixian cursed inwardly, these two people, one old fox, one young fox. Both people who are not to be trifled with. Old Hai wanted to feel Yi Yuan out, but Yi Yuan lightly skated over it. This boy is really astute. However, these two people revealed a great amount of information. Turns out that when the Tranquil Cloud sect was moving north, such a major thing actually happened before. And Old Hai personally witnessed Yi Yuan battling a soul sea realm. Towards such a monstrous youth, he naturally kept him in mind. Didn't think that Old Hai had long taken action already, touring one round to the southern domain and back. Ning Yixian said with an emotional sigh. Chi scolded with a smile, "You little punks, wagging your tongues all day behind people's backs. Such a major thing happened to the endless world. How can I, this old man, only care about myself without care for others?" This trip to the southern domain, not only did I inquire some information, I even dragged old man Duan here as well. That old punk. At first, he was still unwilling to leave retirement. After being pummeled by me, he finally yielded. Chi said it carelessly, but everyone was secretly alarmed when they heard it. Old man Duan was a peak divine traversing realm experts. Old Hai actually beat him up as he liked to. Chapter 5:22. Old man Duan, you're not coming out yet? Could it be that you still want me to invite you out? Chi called out in a clear voice. Old man Duan, you're not coming out yet? Could it be that you still want me to invite you out? Chi called out in a clear voice. A very lean old man appeared before everyone. He was naturally the old man Duan that everyone was talking about. Chi smiled and said to Yi Yuan, "Don't look at how old man Duan is very summing. His strength is pretty decent and should be even above the three of them. It's just that his natural disposition is lazy and was unwilling to stick a hand in secular affairs. Hence, he found a secluded place in the southern domain and lived there quietly." Yi Yuan nodded slightly. For an itinerant cultivator to cultivate to such a realm, it was truly not easy. This old man Duan seemed to be not too willing either. He just sat down beside Chi and did not speak from start to end. Chi did not seem to mind and said to everyone, "All right, everybody continue to discuss as you all should. Don't bother about us old people." With him saying this, everyone did not know how to discuss though. But Wu Rong was unresigned and asked Chi, "Old Hai, you made a trip to the southern domain. Did they really send out 5 peak divine traversing realm experts?" Chi nodded and said, "That's right. Before returning this time, I took a tour around the Heavenly Sky sect before, and almost came to blows with one of the 5. And then what? With this, Body suspected the authenticity of this information anymore. Later on, each of us was wary of the other, so this fight did not take place. Chi said it very apathetically, but the others had a different feeling when they heard it. Hearing Chi-Hai said so, Ning Yixin could not sit still either and asked, "The other side's peak divine traversing realms actually had somebody who could threaten Old Hai?" Chi-Hai's strength, everyone present was very clear. Hence, the way these people saw it, Chi-Hai was their greatest reliance. But now, a random peak divine traversing realm that the other side sent out was actually on par with Old Hai. Could it be that the fierce Gale world's martial artists were really all formidable to such an extent? Not so far as threatening me, but that person's strength shouldn't be much weaker than mine. Once the fight began, if we alarmed the others, it would probably not be that easy for me to want to get away. Chi-Hai said. The sect leaders present all exchanged glances. Immediately, they felt like the pressure was akin to MT Tai Cruz. Plussing down. Looks like the fierce Gale worlds might greatly exceeded everyone's imaginations. Chi-Hai looked at everyone and said coolly, "You bunch of brats aren't still holding onto thoughts of leaving it to chance right now, are you? If the fierce Gale world wasn't powerful to such an extent, how could such a powerful sect like the Grandian True Sect back then pay such a terrible price to seal the realm Sageway? Just that battle. How were the sacrifices just the Grandian True Sect alone? After that battle, our endless world's vitality was greatly sapped, resulting in this current declining trend situation." Hearing Chi-Hai's words, everyone's gaze involuntarily turned towards Yi Yuan. Looks like what this youth said previously was not the slightest bit false. Ning Yixin trio did not think that the situation was already severe to such an extent already either, and said, "Old Hai, you enjoy high prestige and command universal respect. This situation still needs you to manage." Very clearly, there was body more suitable than Chi-Hai to lead the group of heroes among the people present. Who knew that Chi-Hai smiled and shook his head as he said, "This old man, am used to being lazy. How can I be the leader? Ning Yixin, you're experienced and prudent and can take on this responsibility. However, this old man, I will say the nasty things first. I normally don't bother too much, but if anyone dares to trip people up at this sort of time, this old man, I will be the first to exterminate him." Chi-Hai's words did not seethe with killing intent, looking like having a heart-to-heart talk. But everyone felt a chill arise when they heard it. Then Ning Yixin said with difficulty, "Old Hai, Qin Hongtao interrupted him and said, "Don't decline at this sort of time. This burden, you have to shoulder it. And, body is more suited than you. This old man, I still have other things to do. Qin Hongtao and Jing Xian, the both of you have to support Ning Yixin with all your strength. At this time, don't have any ideas about sections. If the endless world is gone, your Tao teachings will naturally be gone too." The three people's faces turned intent and acknowledged it in a solemn voice. Chi-Hai nodded, but then he looked towards Yi Yuan and said, "Little brother Yi, I wonder what thoughts you have regarding the present situation?" Hearing these words, everyone looked at Yi Yuan in surprise. Ning Yixin was the person that Chi-Hai personally recommended to take charge of the overall situation. He did not ask Ning Yixin's opinion, but he actually sought a junior's opinion. Furthermore, those who were attentive noticed that Chi-Hai actually addressed Yi Yuan as little brother Yi. About this, there had to be some stories that they did not know. Could it be that Chi-Hai already treated Yi Yuan as an equal to interact with? Yi Yuan was stunned too and said, "Old Hai, this isn't appropriate, right?" Yi Yuan actually came today just to plan on letting these people know the fierce Gale world's might and not to underestimate the enemy. As for how to come up with stratagems and give advice, he did not plan on talking out of place. So many divine traversing realm experts present. How could it be his turn to interject? It was just that he did not expect Chi-Hai would actually be the first to ask for his opinion. Nothing inappropriate. They are completely clueless about the fear scale world. Letting them talk is shooting blindly too. You go ahead and talk. I'll see who dares to say a word. Chihai said coolly. In truth, there really were quite a number of people who were rather displeased secretly and planned on finding fault when Yi Yuan was speaking in a while. Now that Chihai said that, these people immediately swallowed those words back into their stomach. Yi Yuan nodded his head. He was not a coy and shy person either. Since Chihai thought highly of him, he would not decline either. All right then. Since old Hai thinks highly of Yi Yuan, then I'll say a few more words. Whether you listen or not is all up to everybody, Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan stood up and said without caring about others, in my opinion, the fear scale world has several advantages which we have no way of competing with. Firstly, they all have a common faith, and that is the Wind Emperor. The Purple Mansion sect is still loyal and devoted to the Wind Emperor after many generations. A lot can be deduced from this. Because of this point, they can achieve a unified rule. In comparison, we're a pile of loose sand. Secondly, the fear scale world martial artists' collective combat strength is greater than ours. If engaging in close quarters, we'll surely suffer a huge deal. Thirdly, although the southern domain's resources can't compare to the northern domain, it's much better than the fear scale world's. With these resources, the fear scale world martial artist strength as a whole might even advance a level. Fourthly, the fear scale world's high-tier combat strength is way stronger than ours. As far as I know, the fear scale world's peak divine traversing realm experts are not just 5 people. What? You mean that these 5 are just the vanguard? Ning Yixin exclaimed in shock. Yi Yuan nodded and said, the fear scale world's peak divine traversing realm martial artists, according to what I know, have as many as 7 people, counting in some itinerant and some secluded old monsters. I reckon that it might not be below 10 people. As for how many among these 10 has old Hai's level of strength, I can't confirm. Following these people's understanding of the fear scale world becoming increasingly deeper, they noticed more and more that for the endless world to want to defeat the fear scale world, the hope was simply too bleak. Chapter 5:23, Yi Yuan was not simply shooting his words out. If Lan Feng was not very clear about the fear scale world's upper echelons, Xiao Ruyan was a true blue capital and nobility. Yi Yuan was not simply shooting his words out. If Lan Feng was not very clear about the fear scale world's upper echelons, Xiao Ruyan was a true blue capital and nobility. The 3 commanders under Zhao Tiannin's command were peak divine, traversing realm experts. Apart from this, a super faction like the Shangguan family, their leader was peak divine, traversing realm too. Just within the central capital, there were as many as 7 peak divine traversing realms. To say that these 5 people were the vanguard was not over the top at all. Aren't such words a bit much? How can so many experts be born in a place lacking in resources like the fear scale world? Wu Rong said disdainfully. Yi Yuan shot him an indifferent look and said, the fear scale world is indeed poor in resources, but it doesn't mean that there aren't resources. Comparatively speaking, to the endless world's resources decentralization, the fear scale world's resources are basically all gathered in the central capital. Plus, the fear scale world resides in gale winds constantly. The martial artists can be said to be cultivating at all times. Their cultivation speed is naturally faster than our endless world's martial artists. What's strange about giving birth to so many experts? Also, whether I say it or not is up to me. Whether to listen or not is up to you. If you don't want to listen, you can close off your ears. The truth and false of what I said, Old Hai and Senior Ning, they all will naturally scream through. When is it your turn to cut in? This Wu Rong repeatedly caused trouble. Yi Yuan was disinclined to haggle over it with him. This fellow even went from bad to worse. These words were said without any consideration for face, directly turning Wu Rong's face red. Ning Yixian frowned as well, and said, "Old man Wu, you're an overlord of a region too. Why are you always making things difficult for Yi Yuan?" Ignoring that Yi Yuan is the only one among us who understands the fierce-scale world situation, just based on the contributions that he made for the endless world. What's the harm in us listening to his opinion? Ning Yixian's words were not severe, but talking this way to Wu Rong in front of so many big shots, it was actually already considered giving him a slap. Wu Rong was crimson red with rage, but due to Qi Hai being present, he could not blow up and just snorted coldly and said, "Can't even give opinions. Fine, fine, fine. I'll just shut my mouth." Qi Hai had his head lowered, looking straight down the entire time as if he paid no heed to both parties' dispute. At this time, seeing that Wu Rong finished speaking, Qi Hai asked again, "Yi Yuan, you carry on speaking." A simple 6 words already completely stood on Yi Yuan's side. The other sect's big shots all kept their mouths shut, sensibly. At this sort of time, regardless of what was to be said, it was clearly all not a wise move. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Just as I said earlier, the things that we can bring out are seriously too little. Hence, if we want to turn the situation around, we must make drastic reforms. Otherwise, the endless world being swallowed is just a matter of time." "What kind of reforms?" Ning Yixian asked. Yi Yuan spoke confidently and with composure. "Actually, the things that we can do now are not much, but there are 3 things that we can still make it in time." Ning Yixian's eyes lit up, and she asked rather interestedly, "Oh, quickly say what 3 things?" Yi Yuan extended a finger and said, "The first thing is that the concept of being a sect must be stopped, unifying all under one management and concentrating all of the elite forces. Each fighting their own battles will only be broken easily. One must know that the fierce-scale world martial artists are akin to the mortal world's army with extremely daunting combat strength." Yi Yuan extended a second finger and said, "The second thing is to raise our martial artist strength. Our endless world's greatest advantage is abundant resources. Furthermore, the standards of alchemy skills are more than a level higher than the fierce-scale worlds, and these resources are grasped in the hands of the various great sections. Now, these resources have reached the time where it needs to be put to good use. Using them to raise the martial artist's strength is a pressing issue. In addition, the various great sects still have to select elite disciples to gather together and develop them heavily. These people clearly have greater room for improvement. All in all, this point is to make use of all the resources that can be utilized rationally to make our endless world martial artist strength improve to the greatest extent." Yi Yuan reached out a 3rd finger and continued, "Thirdly, to concentrate all of the northern domain's array masters. Although the present endless world's formations path standards are inferior to back at the Grand Yen True Sex time, our formations path standards are still much higher compared to the fierce-scale world. In the war, with the support of array formations, it can unleash the martial artist's strength to the greatest limit. This point we have to utilize well." Yi Yuan's words poured out with ease and fluency. Qi Hai nodded slightly by the side. Clearly, he was very pleased with Yi Yuan's 3 views. When Ning Yixian listened, his face also revealed an expression of suddenly seeing the light. However, the faces of these sects' big shots were not that nice. Yi Yuan's way of doing things was the same as they all forsaking all of their sect's Tao teachings. This northern domain would only have one colossal sect in the future. These guys were all people who act in an arbitrary manner in their own sects, but in the future, they had to become other people's subsidiaries. Such a change was unacceptable to them. "Old Hai, we absolutely cannot agree to this way of doing things. Our sky illumination sect's legacy already has several thousand years of history. Is it going to be wiped out like this?" shouted the sky illumination sect's old ancestor, immediately jumping out to object. "Yeah, although our sect isn't big, our legacy to this date is already close to 10,000 years of history. Surely it can't be gone like this?" "Disagree." "I disagree too." For a moment, the objecting voices rose one after another. Wu Rong did not speak this time, but kept on smiling coldly by the side. As the saying went, it was hard for the law to punish the collective. No matter how formidable Old Hai was, it was not possible to kill all of these divine traversing realm experts, right? If they were really killed, who would deal with those experts from the fear scale world? Among these divine traversing realm experts present, the vast majority were major sects that had several thousand years of legacy, and also a number of new sects which rose up in recent years. Regardless of what kind of sect, they all did not hope for their Tao teachings to be lost in oblivion. Wu Rong was very delighted in his heart. He gave a few meaningful looks to several people just now. Those few immediately understood and came forward to object to Yi Yuan's plans. Moreover, this kind of approach had indeed touched these people's baseline. As long as there was somebody coming forward, it would immediately spread like a plague. Everybody stepped forward to object. "Ha, I want to see how this plan of yours will be implemented." Wu Rong thought in his heart delightedly. Old Hai, who had both eyes slightly closed the entire time, suddenly spoke. He said it to Yi Yuan. "Little brother, Yi, looks like everybody objects to your plan. What do you think should be done?" Chi Hai asked nonchalantly. These words in Wu Rong's perspective was Chi Hai choosing to compromise, hoping that Yi Yuan could take back the words said earlier. Wu Rong was very pleased with himself inwardly. Look at you, this boy, being unbridled. Fighting with this old man, you're still a little too inexperienced. Except that these words had another layer of meaning the way Yi Yuan heard it, only to see Yi Yuan grin widely, and said, "Severe punishments should be dealt in troubled times. Since there are people not willing to submit, just kill and be done with it." "Ha ha ha." Chi Hai suddenly guffawed with laughter and said, "What a fine severe punishment should be dealt in troubled times." Chapter 5:24. A moment ago, it was still cloudless for thousands of miles. The next instant, it was a torrential squall. A moment ago, it was still cloudless for thousands of miles. The next instant, it was a torrential squall. After Chi Hai laughed loudly, the situation suddenly changed inside the main hall. A horrifying pressure enveloped everybody. And the center of this pressure was precisely Wu Rong. When Yi Yuan sensed this pressure, he unwittingly nodded his head, secretly. Chi Hai was indeed well deserving of being the endless world's realm lord. This strength most likely already had half a foot into the threshold of boundless realm. He just had to wait for heavenly tribulation to arrive, and then Chi Hai would be able to shatter the void and ascend to the divine realm. Except, this ascension, heavenly tribulation, was not so easy to cross. A moment of carelessness would be Paris, H-I+ing, and one's Tao dissipating. When Wu Rong felt this pressure, his expression could not help changing drastically. "Old Hai, what are you trying to do here?" Chi Hai did not explain a thing, gently lifting a hand and smacking it towards Wu Rong directly. Wu Rong gritted his teeth and said with a savage look, "Old man Chi Hai, I'll fight it out with you." As he said this, Wu Rong attempted to retaliate too. Yet it was all futile. In front of a half-step boundless realm expert, the 9th level divine traversing Wu Rong could not take a single hit as well. Bang! Wu Rong's body collided heavily onto the wall and dropped down feebly. He was already dead. Everyone's expressions became fearful, looking at Chi Hai in disbelief. They all knew that Chi-Hai was very strong, but never knew that he was actually indomitable to such an extent. Chi-Hai had not exhibited his strength in front of everyone for many years already. Regarding conjectures about his strength, it was also just hearsay. Today, only after seeing Chi-Hai striking Wu Rong dead, in one palm did they know just how terrifying Chi-Hai's strength was. A 9th-level divine traversing realm was already an extremely formidable existence in the endless world, but he was actually unable to survive the single move from Chi-Hai. At this point, you all are actually still harboring hopes of getting lucky, each with your own ulterior motives. Truly don't know life from death. Little brother Yi illuminated a path for you guys, but you all insist on disregarding the consequences and persist in carrying on. At this point, Wu Rong still wants to mislead the SES for his personal gains. Deserves to die. The main hall was dead silent, and, Body dared to come out to refute Chi-Hai. Chi-Hai continued, "We'll establish the endless alliance here today. Ning Yixian will assume the post of alliance head. Qin Hongtao and Jing Xian will hold the posts of vice alliance heads. Me killing Wu Rong doesn't mean to force you all to join the alliance. If you feel that you can only care about yourselves and disregard other people, feel free to not join. But your sect must withdraw to the extreme northern lands." Chi-Hai's tone suddenly eased up, and he said, "Establish. Plussing the endless alliance doesn't mean that you all have to forsake your sect's legacies. If the endless world can tide over this calamity, you can still establish your own factions later on to inherit your Tao teachings. If the endless world is annexed, everything is naturally for naught. But I'll say the nasty things first. If anyone dares to be half-hearted, Wu Rong is the best example. All right, this old man will talk only until here. Good luck to everybody." Hearing Chi-Hai's words, everyone finally set their minds at ease. As long as they could preserve their sect's legacies, everything could naturally be discussed. But these people also knew that after the war, how many sects among them that could still preserve their legacies was something up in the air. However, just as Chi-Hai said, the fierce gale world bore down menacingly. If the endless world completely fell into the enemy's hands, their sects would no longer exist as well. Furthermore, if they were to shrink back at this time, they would become the common target for scorn. Even if their sect was not destroyed, migrating to the extreme northern lands was a tremendous blow to the sect as well. The essence energy in the extreme northern lands was and completely could not support martial artist cultivation. Going there, what kind of future would the sect still have? Old Hai, my sacred fire sect, is willing to join the alliance. At this time, a 9th-level divine traversing realm was the first to come forward to express his stance. With someone taking the lead, the others all acceded to it one after another. This matter of establish, plussing the alliance was finally settled. The specific arrangements, Ning Yixian, the 3 of you are in charge of handling. Set the condition. Those who made contributions will be rewarded, and those at fault will be punished. Every order must be executed without fail. Chi-Hai instructed. Ning Yixian trio clasped their hands and answered, yes. These 3 people had also not seen Chi-Hai take action for a long time. They were shocked to the core seeing it today too. Before the 3 of them became renowned, Chi-Hai was already at the peak divine traversing realm. His strength at present had indeed already reached an unfathomable degree. Chi-Hai nodded his head and carried on. In addition, it's considered a coincidence too. The vast heaven pag. Day is going to open very soon. This time, your 3 sects shouldn't treasure your own belongings too highly. As long as they are martial artists under the skeletal age of 60, including those itinerant cultivators, they can all enter it. Maybe seizing this opportunity, we can unearth some promising talents. Ning Yixian trio exchanged glances. Although they were somewhat hesitant, they also knew that now was not the time to be miserly, and they could only nod and agree. Seeing Ning Yixian trio nod their heads, those sect leaders were all extremely excited, putting Yi Yuan at a loss. Looks like this vast heaven pag. Oh, there was some remarkable place that was monopolized by the three sects all along, opening to the public this time. The other sects should be able to obtain considerable benefits. Yi Yuan could not help admiring Qi Hai inwardly in his heart too. Although this old man was rather unruly, he was experienced and shrewd with age after all. This tactic of a large stick in one hand and a carrot in the other was executed rather magnificently. These sect leaders obtaining sufficient benefits would naturally put aside some prejudices and risk their lives to fight the enemy. Except, after such a sharing of resources, if the endless world could tide over this catastrophe, the northern domain's setup would probably undergo a titanic change. In a side hall, Qi Hai and Yi Yuan sat facing each other. Little brother Yi, your talent SES, the endless world too much. Your background probably isn't simple, right? Qi Hai looked at Yi Yuan with scorching eyes and asked the specific matters. Qi Hai handed them to 9 Yixian, they all to do, but he pulled Yi Yuan inside a side hall and asked about Yi Yuan's origins right away. Yi Yuan knew that the things a realm lord of a world understood was far from comparable to others. Many things in front of other people would be over just by fooling them a little, but in front of Qi Hai, wanting to casually brush him off probably would not work. Senior Qi Hai, if little brother, Yi doesn't mind, just call me elder brother will do. If the endless world can make it through this disaster, maybe elder brother. I still have areas where I still need to rely on little brother Yi for. Qi Hai cut off Yi Yuan's words and said with a smile. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I accept deferentially than to stand on ceremony. Elder brother Qi Hai should be the endless world's realm lord, right? Qi Hai was not surprised. Instead, he chortled and said, ha ha, little brother Ye's horizons are really high to actually even know about realm lords. That's right. This old man is indeed this endless world's realm lord. Yi Yuan nodded and said smilingly, younger brother's master is indeed not somebody from the endless world. It's just that due to master's orders, it's not convenient for younger brother to express some things. Elder brother, please forgive me. Qi Hai did not reveal a surprised look. Yi Yuan's such heaven-defying talent, it was absolutely impossible for the endless world to give birth to. Yi Yuan naturally would not tell him that he possessed a body that had gone a rebirth either. Although people of the divine realm rarely descended to the lower realms, it was not unheard either. Taking in a disciple in the lower realms was actually not something of a big deal.